Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Sunday, February 8th, 2026, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App $ORIONNWSF or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got Super Bowl 60 LX, the Seattle Seahawks versus the New England Patriots. Kickoff is going to be here in roughly 5 minutes. So let's cue up the music, take a look at the thumb, and let's get settled in for the Super Bowl. Happy Sunday, everyone. On the left, the best wide receiver in the game, the man that might be the difference maker here tonight, JSN. And on the right, a rookie running back that could be a factor for the Patriots, Travion Henderson. Can't wait to be able to get into Super Bowl 60 here, and I'm very excited to see how this one plays out. Happy Sunday, everyone. We're going to be shooting for 100 likes, 100 on the Dono train, and 5 to 15 subs. Let's get it, baby. Going through the pregame ceremonies right now. 14-3 Seattle Seahawks, 14-3 New England Patriots. Seahawks are favored by 4.5 on the Vegas line. Seattle is the best team, going into the playoffs, during the playoffs, and then now going into the Super Bowl. It's really their Super Bowl to lose. New England definitely has a team that's good enough to win this Super Bowl. Both teams are top 10 in offense and defense. Patriots haven't given up a 100-yard rusher in quite some time, so we'll see if Kenneth Walker III can buck that trend. And again, JSN versus Christian Gonzalez, one of the best wide receivers in the game versus one of the best corners in the game. Could that be a deciding factor? We'll definitely see. And again, defense wins games, defense wins championships. Even though Drake May might be a little bit more popular than Sam Darnold, Sam has definitely shown a lot of poise, in this regular season and in the playoffs. And again, Seattle definitely is hungry. Mariners finished off being a top 3 team in baseball, just fell short in the ALCS to go to the World Series against the Dodgers. Vibes are very high in the Pacific Northwest. And again, if Seattle plays the way that they have throughout the regular season and the playoffs, they should be able to get the job done. But again, New England definitely has a top 10 offense and defense as well that could make, Sam a little uncomfortable. And again, same thing goes for Drake May and Seattle Seahawks defense as well. They got some dogs out there. So I'm definitely excited to be able to see how this one plays out. Hopefully you guys got plenty of snacks and beverages for this matchup. And we are going to be here for, I believe, roughly 4 hours, including the obviously extended halftime show. Obviously, they're in the Bay, where the Niners typically play, which is a little ironic if the Seahawks actually win a Super Bowl in the Niners stadium. But again, it should be a good Super Bowl. 14-3 versus 14-3 could go either way. Most of the bets are for the Seahawks, deservedly so, based on how they played. And if you look at their losses that they had throughout the year, their 3 losses are by a combined 9 points total. New England can't say that. And again, losing by 4, losing by 3, and losing by 2. Obviously, with the Niners in week 1, the Buccaneers in week 5, and the Rams in week 11. So Seattle is, again, on another level. But again, we will find out if New England has enough to, maintain what they've been able to see on that side of the ball. Definitely excited to see where this one goes. Daniel in the building, what's good? I do still have the PayPal, if that is something that you are looking to be able to go that particular direction. Usually people will do it through the Super Chat or through Venmo or through Cash App, but the Venmo option is open, Super Chat is open, and obviously that option is available as well. And if that is something that you are looking to support in that type of way, let me know. And then, like I said, if there's anything that you need, like username for me, based on what that comes up as, I can give you that information. Let's go. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Yeah, let me see here real quick. Yeah, if you want to do that really quick and give me a quick DM there, because like I don't even know necessarily. I'm trying to look to see where the information is, because I mean it's something that happens once in a while for me, but not often. Let's see here. I'm trying to look to see where okay, here we go. Okay. All right. So you're still in there. It's you and Judah are the individuals that usually use it on this end here. And then I'm just trying to look to see where it shows. So do you send it through just email? Because let's see here. Doing good, Amanda. How are you? So I think it's just based on, okay, I can see name and username, but what about where do I go to find my own? I'm looking here. I have home, I have customers, I have profile, and then I have menu. But I'm trying to see like, yes, I did. And how do you normally, you still are set up on mine. And then how do you, let's see here. I'm going to go through here. Good. So do you need... Okay, you're still on my list because, like I said, I've only had 2 people send me donos that particular way, you and Judah. So I can see what your at is, including your year at the end of your name, obviously with that. So let me know, obviously, with the DM that you send me there. And again, hopefully you'll be able to see me on that end. But okay, you let me know what you're thinking. I'll give you my email. I'll just send it to you here. So I'm not sure if this is what you need, but that's my email. And again, if you want to go that particular way, take a look. It'd be greatly appreciated. Anything that anyone can do, support-wise is greatly appreciated. So let me get back to my other screens. One sec here. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Sunday. Very exciting Super Bowl 60. And now we're getting the captains to come out. Sam Darnold, JSN, Devin Witherspoon, Brady Russell, Leonard Williams, and Julian Love. Captains there for the Seahawks, making their way to the middle of the 50-yard line. Super Bowl captains for the Patriots: Drake May, Hunter Henry, Robert Spillane, Marcus Jones, Harold Landry III, Brennan Schooler, and Christian Gonzalez from the Oregon Ducks. All right, Talon, sounds good. And shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. We got a new one that we're going to be debuting here today for the Super Bowl called Orbit. And here we go. This one is a slapper. 31 subs away from 23,400. Up and coming producer here in the Pacific Northwest. One of my really good buddies. And anytime that we can support each other, we're definitely going to do that. Super Bowl LX, Super Bowl 60, Seattle Seahawks 14-3, New England Patriots 14-3. You can't ask for a better matchup. And, again, these are the most well-rounded teams in the NFC and the AFC. Offense, defense, special teams. There's not really a weakness on either team. Seattle is favored by 4.5 as we see Peyton Manning wave to the crowd, as well as legendary GOAT that I used to look up to when I was a kid, Joe Montana for the 49ers back in the day. Love watching Joe Montana and Jerry Rice go at it, even though I am a little bit more of a defensive-oriented fan. Growing up in the 80s and 90s with Montana and Rice, Bo Jackson, Barry Sanders, and then obviously primetime Dion on the defensive side. Love that 94 team of the Niners. And again, playing in San Francisco's building, a little ironic for Seattle. But again, this is the best matchup that you could have asked for, based on, being well-rounded offense, defense, and special teams. And I can't wait to see how this one will all play out. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. And 5 to 15 subs. Let's get it, baby. Finley in the building. What's good? Daniel in the building. What's good? Skinner in the building. What's good? Let's get it. Now we're going to be going with the coin toss here. And again, get buckled up and let's get ready for the next 4 hours of some amazing football. We got to see Green Day, obviously perform there in the pre-show. Very, very cool. And again, we're going to have a halftime show that I know some are looking forward to it. Others maybe not so much. And it kind of just depends on the route that they go. I mean, you're not going to ever make everyone happy. Obviously with Bunny coming in, obviously people that love him are going to be excited, but then you're going to get the haters that aren't, right? And any time you end up getting rappers involved, you're going to get the urban crowd, that loves hip hop, that will love it, and then others not so much. I kind of feel, during Super Bowl, if it ends up being more like rock or kind of country oriented, it would suit more people globally. But again, no matter if you go country, rock, rap, or if you go international, you're never going to make everyone happy at the Super Bowl halftime show. But again, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it ends up being a pretty good performance, even though there's going to be some individuals that may not understand exactly what is going on out there, depending on how many of the songs will have some English in them. But again, you're never going to be able to make everyone happy across the globe. But again, we will see how it ends up going. And it's going to be, I would assume, in that 15 to 30 minute range, a little bit of an extended halftime. Normally halftime for NFL games is about 12 minutes and 30 seconds, but this is the Super Bowl LX, Super Bowl 60. So again, we will be locked in here for the next 4 hours or so, and hopefully it comes down to the wire and ends up being a fantastic game. I think best case scenario, a field goal at the very end of the game to win for either team would be probably the most dramatic. Not sure if we're going to end up getting something like that, but I'm not really sure if I see a blowout by either team. But again, it is possible. Defense wins games, defense wins championships. And again, we will see which defense will step up the most. Will it be the Seahawks or it will be the Patriots? We will find out shortly. Let's get it, baby. JSN, the best wide receiver in the game. Travion Henderson, RB2 for Ramondre Stevenson, but could be a factor and could get into the end zone here tonight. Scott in the building. What's good? And again, everyone that lives, in the Pacific Northwest, or I don't know, maybe a majority of the country, as far as, not the East Coast, I think a majority of fans are rooting for Seattle. Obviously trying to get a little bit of payback, with the Malcolm Butler situation when Russell Wilson ended up throwing that ball when they should have just handed it off to Marshawn Lynch. So it definitely gives Seattle, even though the teams are different, the coaches are different, people still remember, that particular time. And it's not like Seattle's never won a Super Bowl. They obviously smashed Peyton Manning and the Denver Broncos, but if they would have handed the ball off, maybe they would have ended up winning that second one at that time. But they do have an opportunity to kind of right the wrong of Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson. And again, Malcolm Butler made a big play. And the Seahawks are looking to be able to make a big play here and get a little bit of payback and revenge. Beautiful day. He said Northern Scotland loves the Hawks. I mean, again, there's going to be a lot of fans globally, and it kind of just depends on, your allegiance and whatnot and where you're located across the country. OG Steve Largent, one of the best wide receivers in the game prior to Jerry Rice coming in, obviously trying to hype up the crowd there. And then there's Malcolm Butler ringing the bell. So again, you're getting, some impact guys, that have had some, special moments for their teams. And we're going to get ready here in just one moment for the kickoff. Borregales getting ready to kick.
Doug.
There it is, Limu, the 50-yard line. Soon we'll be telling the whole stadium how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to save people.
And Borregales kicks 65 yards, and that's going to be a touchback to the Seattle 35. First down and 10 at the Seahawk 35. Let's get it, baby. Let's go. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. And 5 to 15 subs. Let's get it, baby. The final game here for the 2025-2026 season. Can't wait to see what we get here. Hand off to Kenneth Walker III, going towards that left end. Nice 11-yard gain. Carlton Davis III, the former Buccaneer, with the tackle. And remember, the Patriots have not given up a 100-yard rusher in like a million years. So again, to be able to get a nice run, about 10, 11 yards right there, that's a fantastic start. You couldn't have asked for a better start there. And it's not like Seattle is going to shy away from the running game. Beautiful. Both teams are going to have a well-balanced offense with running and throwing. And again, I don't think Sam Darnold's going to be seeing any kind of ghosts here today. You are only as good as the coaches and teammates that are around you. First down, Hawks. Hand off to Kenneth Walker III towards that right side. Ooh, Christian Barmore with a great tackle says, not today. And that's going to be no gain. Second down and 10 at the Seattle 45. Vintage in the building. What's good? Let's go Hawks. And again, the Mariners ended up being, the third, team left. Obviously, we know what happened with the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. So, again, teams in Seattle are getting close. But again, Seattle with the Seahawks, they have an opportunity to do something the Mariners couldn't do, is to go all the way. Shotgun set, Darnold, short left. A.J. Barner is there. Uh-oh. Wow. First down, Hawks. A.J. Barner. And again, you don't really expect A.J. Barner to do too much. But again, when they, have an opening, they have been actually going into him quite a bit, towards the, end of the season and in the playoffs. Little play action. Darnold going deep. Cooper Kupp is there. Ooh, baby. Hands, team, first down, Hawks. Beautiful throw, beautiful pass. And again, this isn't the same Sam Darnold that played on the Jets that had horrible coaching and horrible supporting cast. This is a team through and through, and a great catch there by Cooper Kupp. Unbelievable. Shotgun set, Darnold going deep left, incomplete. Second down and 10 at the New England 17. Sarah in the building. What's good? How are you? And again, they just want to make sure that they have a well-balanced offense because, again, Christian Gonzalez, I'm not sure if he's going to follow JSN throughout the whole game. But even if he does, even though both guys are, top guys in their positions, JSN being the best wide receiver, Christian Gonzalez being one of the best corners in the game, even if he ends up following them around the field, that they're still going to get yards with JSN no matter what because that's how good he is. But again, the Patriots haven't given up a 100-yard rusher in quite some time. I don't even think they've given up a 75-yard rusher in quite some time. So again, running the ball will be something that'll be effective to Seattle winning this game. Second down and 10, hand off to Kenneth Walker III, going to that right end, little cutback, and gains about 3. Jennings and Spillane there with the tackle. And even getting field goals with Myers is fine, but at some point you're going to, get those touchdowns. You got to be able to get 6, and we'll see how aggressive each coach will be, obviously not only late in the game, but early in the first half. Shotgun set. Darnold going short left to Rashid Shaheed, the best special teams player, not only for just the Hawks, but in the NFL as of late. And incomplete. 4th down and 7 at the New England 14. Too far to be able to go for it. So Myers needs to come out to kick this field goal. And luckily that throw was outside to Shaheed rather than inside, because it would have gotten picked off. Now, if it ended up being like 4th down and 2 or 4th down and 3, maybe Seattle will take a chance, at some point, but no need at this point, because it could end up being a low-scoring game. Could end up being 2017 or 23-20. Kick is up, and it is good. Jason Myers, very good this season. 33-yard field goal puts the Seahawks on the board first. 41 for 48, and again, in the postseason has been pretty clutch. 3-0 Seahawks. Good first drive, even though it kind of stalled there late. Super Bowl Sunday, Super Bowl LX, Super Bowl 60, JSN. What do you get in the end zone? And Travion Henderson, and I could have put Sam Darnold or Drake May, on the thumb, but everyone does that. So I wanted to be able to go with guys that I thought that could be an impact player. Obviously, JSN, that's a no-brainer, but I don't think a lot of people are thinking about Travion Henderson. And we obviously know Ramondre Stevenson normally is the RB1, but Travion Henderson is that type of guy that if you give him an opportunity to get the ball, in the flat, in the passing game, and he could take a screen 30 yards for a touchdown, or even being able to be that RB2 while Ramondre Stevenson gets a breather, and then all of a sudden the Seahawks defense maybe is a little relaxed for a play or two, he can end up going up the middle and gaining 30 or 40 and getting it to the house as well. So definitely excited to be able to see what New England does, on the offensive side, as well as what Seattle's defense has in store here today. 3-0 Seattle. 11:58 left here in the first quarter in Super Bowl 60, and it's been a good one here so far. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. And I'm a little sad, that we're coming to an end, of the NFL season and whatnot, but again, it's been a fantastic year for college football and the NFL. And again, if you are a fan of baseball or NASCAR, obviously, once this game, is, fully over, the Daytona 500 next weekend, we'll be covering that. And, we're getting a few weeks away from the World Baseball Classic, and then a few weeks away from that in March to be able to get baseball going. And we will be doing Mariner games on the daily. And I'll probably be sprinkling in a little bit of NASCAR, a little bit of NBA, and a little bit of the World Baseball Classic until we get on to that point. Good start for the Seahawks. 3-0 Seattle. All right, we're at 16 likes, off to a good start. $84 to goal. Yeah, it has been a pretty rough year for you. And obviously things didn't play out for the Oregon Ducks for me, or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, or the Seattle Mariners, even though it was very exciting to see the Mariners go as deep as they did. And again, the Hawks are trying to do something that the Mariners couldn't do. And again, the vibes are very high out here in the Pacific Northwest. Jason Myers kicks off. And a short return there. Could have been a little bit longer. 29-yard return by Dearness Johnson, which is a little weird to see him, taking the kicks, at least initially. And now it's 1st down and 10 at the New England 28 for the phenom Drake May. And, we never knew how long it was going to take the Patriots to find an identity after Bill Belichick, after Tom Brady, and after Gronk. But here they are, Drake May leading this offense here in Super Bowl 60. And off to Ramondre Stevenson up the middle, 6-yard gain. Ernest Jones, the fourth, with the tackle. And Ernest Jones has been everywhere, not only during the playoff run, but also during the regular season. 2nd down and 4 at the New England 34. And again, whoever runs the ball better might end up being victorious. It's going to be one in the trenches. We know both guys are going to be able to make big plays with their arm, May and Darnold, with the options that they have with Diggs or JSN and many, many others that can step up with role players. But again, the running game and the offensive line, the defensive line, the defense, the coaching, the play calling, the line of scrimmage, who's going to win that? We're going to find out here real quick. 2nd down and 4, hands off up the middle to Ramondre Stevenson, and gets met by Ernest Jones again, the fourth. 2-yard run, 3rd down and 2 at the New England 36. Yeah, but it also helps that you have Josh McDaniels, coaching you up. It also helps that you got 2 really good running backs in Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. And it also helps that you got a lot of great supporting cast, with Hunter Henry and Diggs and, Mac Hollins. I mean, if you really look at their team, again, they're built very well. And then obviously you got Vrabel as the head coach and the leader coaching that defense. These guys match up very evenly. Little screen pass, and Ramondre Stevenson breaks 1 tackle there. And that's going to be a 1st down, Patriots. 7-yard pass from May to Stevenson. Thomas there with the coverage late. And again, you're going to have to be able to wrap up. And again, we know that these running backs are elusive. Should have made that tackle there. First down and 10 at the New England 43. May under center, short left to Demario Douglas, another one of those options that can make big plays. And that's going to be a screen pass there in the flat. Nice juke there. And diving for the 1st down marker, but not being able to get there. 8-yard pass from May to Douglas. 2nd down and 2 at the Seattle 49. And the way that these two teams are built, this might not be the last time that we see these teams in the Super Bowl, in the next few years. May not be next year for both of these teams, but, you never know. Hand off to Ramondre Stevenson off that right side, 4-yard gain. Kobe Bryant, the safety, with the tackle. 1st down, Patriots. Move the chains. Shotgun set. May. Derek Hall. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Big sack lunch. And the first sack lunch of the game goes to Derek Hall, linebacker for the Hawks. And that's going to be 2nd down and 20 at the New England 45. And again, both of these quarterbacks aren't the fastest out of the pocket. They do have some speed to be able to run away. But again, huge play by the Hawk defense. And again, both teams, top 10 offense, both teams, top 10 defense. Very evenly matched, no weaknesses on either team. But again, if you're looking at the overall product, Seattle is the better team, not only during the regular season, only lost by a total of 9 points combined in their 3 losses. New England can't say that. They were awesome during the playoff run. And again, it kind of feels like it's the Seahawks Super Bowl to lose. They should win this as long as they end up playing Seahawk ball, but we'll find out as the game progresses. Shotgun set, May scrambling to that right side. And again, look at that speed. He's a little bit quicker than people think. And Nick Emanwari there with the tackle ended up spraining his ankle in practice a few days ago, but still being able to get out there and make a tackle. 11-yard run there by Drake May. 3rd down and 9 at the Seattle 44. Shotgun set. May going deep and incomplete. 4th down and 9 at the Seattle 44. And again, Seahawk defense showing why, they are the number 1 team in the NFL. And again, Drake May, playing against the AFC opponents, that's one thing, but again, as we have seen, with the Seahawks and a few other teams like the Rams, again, if you let them get going early and often with the defense, it's going to be a long night. Great job by Seattle. Yeah, shouldn't have really been that close. I mean, if you look at Stafford's yards and touchdowns compared to May's, he almost doubled him up, in yards and touchdowns. So again, normally when you get an MVP, you're 4,000, 5,000 yards, and you're typically 30, 40, 50 touchdowns. And not to say that Drake May didn't have a great year. He did. But if you compare his numbers to Stafford, it wasn't even close, even though the voting might have been a little bit closer. And Bryce Behringer, the punter there, with the 34-yard punt. And a fair catch there by the deadly Rashid Shaheed. $7:11 left here in the first quarter. 3-0 Hawks. Let's get it, baby. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. This is a new one that we're debuting today for the very first time. Orbit. Let's go. And my man's been pumping out some amazing music in 2026. So this is only a brief sample of some of the others that he's been pumping out. And again, we'll be debuting more and more new music as the year progresses. Not really surprised that New England didn't score, on their first drive. I mean, if they would have, that wouldn't have really surprised me either, but again, anytime you can end up getting a sack, at some point early in the game, it definitely kind of throws off a little bit of the flow. And again, a lot of people assumed that Darnold might have been the first guy, to get sacked. But again, Seattle's defense, is fantastic. And it's not like New England's isn't good either, but again, both of these teams are 14-3, but New England in their 3 losses, they didn't lose by a combined 9 points like Seattle did. So again, it kind of shows you it's not how you start, it's how you finish, but it's not what you do during the regular season. It's also, how do you look, going into the playoffs? And, not only did Seattle look like the best team, during the regular season for the most part, especially kind of towards the end of the year where we started to see who's who are contenders and who are pretenders. But when the playoffs started, Seattle looked like the best team. And they've continued to be able to show, that they are the best team in the NFL. But again, New England is no slouch. They could definitely win this Super Bowl, but it feels like they're going to need a little bit extra, on their end. They're going to need a pick six. They're going to need a fumble for a touchdown. They're going to need a special teams touchdown. They're going to need something extra, a blocked field goal, a blocked punt. They're going to need something extra to win this game. And if they don't get that big play, then that might end up being the difference. Okay, it did go through. Appreciate you. Amanda with a $5. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Amanda. Shotgun set. Darnold short left to JSN and complete. Jennings with the coverage there. 2nd down and 10 at the Seattle 10. And I appreciate you. Stacks. Rax with a little cactus jack. Bang, bang. We're at 5. 95 to go to hit the dono goal. Appreciate you. And if there's a favorite player that you want to be able to showcase or something that you want to be able to represent on the channel, let me know and I got you. We'll be able to do that during the commercial break as well during halftime. Shotgun set. Darnold short left to JSN. 4-yard game. Carlton Davis III, the former Buccaneer corner with the tackle. 3rd down and 6 at the Seattle 14. Yeah. Well, you know how that goes, with football players in general. A lot of them have anger issues and whatnot. And, again, for certain individuals, if you have a history, in high school or college, sometimes that will follow you to the NFL. And, it's very unfortunate, when you end up having any kind of domestic abuse or any type of violence, whether it's against males or females. Shotgun set. Darnold going deep to JSN and complete. I don't like that drive for Seattle going to JSN 3 times in a row. You're backed up into your own end zone. And again, you didn't even run the ball once on that drive. They have to be better. And again, just overthrew JSN. If JSN would have been able to be a couple yards ahead, or if that throw was on point, that would have been a touchdown. That would have been 10-0 Seattle, right? So New England gets a little bit lucky there that Darnold overthrows JSN, but again, blitz off the corner. I would like them to be able to be a little bit more patient with their drives. They are up 3-0. Not JT in the building. What's good? But great job by Sam Darnold, just staking into the pocket and taking the big hit. And again, if he just had a little bit more touch on that throw, we're talking 10-0 Seahawks, and maybe the game is essentially not over, but in firm control for Seattle at that point. And Michael Dixon with the punt. Fair caught there by Marcus Jones. And now it's going to be 1st down and 10 at the New England 36. A great field position for New England to try to get a field goal on their end here at Super Bowl 60. But we got the World Baseball Classic, coming up in a couple weeks. We got the Daytona 500 next week. We'll be definitely covering that. And then baseball season about a month and a half away. So, once we get into the end of March, we'll be doing Mariner games every day. And I'm very excited about that. But again, it's definitely nice to reflect on the season that we had in the NFL. Very exciting, like it is every single year. And again, college football was fantastic as well. I mean, I don't think anyone would have anticipated Indiana and Miami at the end. But again, it shows you the college football playoff system is working, even though there was some flaws in the system in the first year, why having all the teams with a bye that lost with extended time off. It didn't hurt all of those teams as much this year. Indiana was able to get a win, but a lot of the other teams did lose that had the bye. But again, the teams that deserved to be there in the Natty made it, and Miami played better than Oregon, and they showed that they were right there. But again, when you're going Carson Beck, or you're going Fernando Mendoza, I think we know what the answer is on who the best quarterback was in that particular game. And again, Kubiak is going to be the Raiders head coach. They'll get Fernando Mendoza. They got Ashton Genty, the stud from Boise State, and you got Brock Bowers at tight end. You got Max Crosby as long as he's still there. Still got a lot of room to work with the offensive line, other skill position players, and especially the defense. But again, if they're going to be able to give Kubiak more than just a year like they did with Carroll, maybe in a few years, the Raiders might be able to be a team that gets 10 wins, and they might be able to be a wild card team. But again, they still got a long ways to go. .607 left here in the first quarter, 3-0 Seahawks. Prayers up for Lindsey Vonn. Anytime you tear an ACL and you end up participating in the Olympics, I kind of had a feeling that she was going to get hurt very bad sooner than later. Only lasted about 15, 16 seconds before she broke her leg. And, she's got a lot of heart and determination, but sometimes, pride is one thing, but you also have to look after your body. And obviously we know that, she's been, in the Olympics for quite some time. She's getting up there in age. I just, feel really bad, for her. I just knew that she wasn't going to be able to finish that run. But again, it takes a lot of heart and courage to do what she did. But not only is she having to recover now from an ACL tear, but also a broken leg. Prayers up to her. May going deep. Kayshon Boutte is there and caught. Big first down. First down, Patriots. Move the chains. Jordan Love there with the tackle. First down and 10 at the Seattle 43. But good pass protection there up front for the New England Patriots and Drake May. Shotgun set. Travion Henderson up the middle. Ernest Jones says, not today. And again, blocking didn't show up there for New England. Loss of 4. Second down and 14 at the Seattle 47. And again, Ernest Jones, the fourth, has been everywhere. And anytime you get a guy that ends up making almost every single tackle in a quarter, that's someone to be able to look out for, not only, for the first half, but also the second half of the game. And again, we have seen lately in the NFL playoffs, typically one guy on the defense that is kind of putting the team on his shoulders, so to speak. And so far, that's Ernest Jones, the fourth. Fantastic job up to this point. Shotgun set. May going deep to Travion Henderson. And nope, he has to go short. And that's going to be a loss of 2. There was a man open deep, but decided not to go and pull the trigger. Ends up going with the check down to Travion Henderson. Job with the coverage and the tackle. Third down and 15 at the Seattle 48. And you can definitely tell with these defenses, not a whole lot of wiggle room. And again, you're going to have to keep the defenses honest and run the football. You're not going to be able to throw, throughout every single quarter. But again, I like what Seattle's defense is doing here. Shotgun set. May. Devin Witherspoon off the edge. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Another sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. And that's sack lunch number 2, baby. There we go. I see you. Seahawks. Beautiful. Loss of 10, and that's going to be 4th down and 25 at the New England 42. And we know New England is normally known for great defense with Vrabel. But again, the same thing can be said for Mike there in Seattle. We obviously know that, he coached up that Baltimore Raven defense for years, and they're going to be able to mix it up. And every once in a while, you're going to get a corner or safety blitz, and that was executed perfectly. Behringer, 52-yard punt. And Rashid Shaheed with a 7-yard return. First down and 10 at the Seattle 13. And let's hand the ball off to Kenneth Walker III. Let's not just throw it to JSN 3 times in a row. And even with New England's great field position, the defense steps up again for Seattle. That could have been a drive where New England got at least a field goal. But not today. Defense wins games. Defense wins championships. And again, Seattle hasn't had a defense as good as this since the Legion of Boom. And they're showing why they are the favored team in the Super Bowl. Fantastic job. And again, going to JSN, going to Cooper Kupp, going to Rashid Shaheed, it's going to happen. But again, if you can run the ball, get the corners and safeties to cheat up, then eventually that play action on first down or third down by Darnold to whoever, it'll happen. But again, you want to make sure you're kind of, baiting them a little bit. You got to make sure that you have that well-balanced offense. And even if you're only getting 1 to 3 yards, it's better to be third and short, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 3, instead of, passing the ball on the first 2 downs and then being at 3rd and 10, or even going with a, short screen pass and it ends up being 3rd and 9. Both of these quarterbacks have been fantastic lately. But let's be real. Drake May and Sam Darnold on 3rd and long, they're only going to convert those once in a while. So you want to make sure you're, keeping the job as easy as possible, not only for your offensive coordinator, but for your O-line and their duties that they have moving forward. And again, backed up into their own end zone. Let's see if we can end up getting a good run. Again, first play of the game was, a run to Kenneth Walker III for 10, 11 yards. And the Patriots haven't given up a 100-yard rusher in like a million years. And I get that, but you can't be intimidated by that. You got to go right at them. And again, both defenses are fantastic, but Seattle showing a little bit more juice here early on. Reflect in the building. What's good? Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. And 5 to 15 subs. Let's get it. Bang, bang. .329 left in the first quarter, 3-0 Hawks. And again, it could have ended up being 10-0, after that corner blitz by New England if Darnold just had a little bit more touch and if the offensive line was able to block for a second longer, that would have been a long, 50, 60-yard touchdown, from Darnold to JSN. So, which we still may end up getting, at some point in this game. It's probably likely that JSN will score at least once. But again, defenses are showing how good they truly are on both sides of the ball. And they definitely got the message. They hand off to Kenneth Walker III off that right tackle. 2-yard gain. Durden and Gibbons with the tackle for the Patriots. And again, I know it's not sexy to get 1 to 3 yards when you're kind of running in, to the defense, whether you're running downhill right up the middle with a dive or a counter, or you're doing a halfback toss and you're just not really able to get what you want. But again, eventually the big play will happen. Defenses will get tired. And if you continue to have a well-balanced offense, there could end up being a big 30, 40, 50-yard rushing touchdown by both of these teams or one of these teams at some point before the game is over. They go to Kenneth Walker III again, 1-yard gain. Offensive line needs to play a little bit better here. 3rd down and 7 at the Seattle 16. So they decided on the last drive to go 3 straight passes to JSN and a punt. Now you're going Kenneth Walker, which is, what you want to do. And you want to make sure you're not running in the same spot every play. But now it's 3rd down and 7, which is better than 3rd down and 10. But at this point, you're going to have to throw the ball, and we'll see what individual will get open for them. It might end up being not JSN, not Cooper Kupp, but a guy like AJ Barner or someone that's a little bit lower on the totem pole based on who they think is going to get the ball. And just like that, Darnold short right to guess who? AJ Barner. I get my ESP is on point. 1st down, Hawks. I should be the OC, I guess, huh? And again, there's going to be certain guys that are going to be left open more than others. And again, AJ Barner can be the guy that can be the X factor that no one really assumes is going to do anything. And Barner's already got 2 catches in this game. Nice job. You just have to understand football, and again, some people understand it a little bit more than others, and you have to be able to look at the coverage of the defense and how they're playing. Both of these defenses are going to be aggressive, and again, there's going to be a mismatch with the tight ends on the linebackers, but again, you have to be able to time it at, you have to be able to do it at the right time, on the right play, in the right quarter, in the right moment. And they do an end around to Rashid Shaheed. And a great tackle there by Craig Woodson, the safety. And that's getting a little too cute here early for my taste. Loss of 5. 2nd down and 15 at the Seattle 23. But it shows you like how good both defenses truly are. Very fast, very sideline to sideline. Not a whole lot of wiggle room for either one of these offenses to make, big plays. You're going to have to be methodical out there. You have to trust the process. Shotgun set, short left, JSN, and complete. Jennings with the coverage there. 3rd down and 15 at the Seattle 23. And also with May and Darnold, if you're going to win this Super Bowl, you're going to have to run. At some point, both guys are kind of slow. They're not the fastest guys out there. They're not Baker Mayfield or Lamar Jackson or anything like that. But they do have, some speed. And at some point, these guys are going to have to run probably somewhere in that 30 to 50-yard range. At some point, they're going to have to run for a 1st down. And who knows, maybe one of the quarterbacks will run in for a touchdown before this one is over. Shotgun set, Darnold going deep to JSN, Jackson Smith-Njigba, and complete. And that's a great defensive performance here by New England on that drive. Just nothing there. Nice zone coverage by New England, and that's going to turn into a punt for Seattle. Both coaches are trying to play chess, not checkers, and it shows. And it may be a low-scoring first half, but adjustments will be made, and we should be able to get a little bit more scoring in the second half, at least based on how these two teams have played during the regular season and the playoffs. That would say so. Michael Dixon with the punt. And good coverage there by the Seahawks, tackling Marcus Jones. No gain. And I know, some fans, wanted to be able to have this game at 14-7 already. And again, if these two teams had shitty defense, yeah, maybe it would be, but again, these are two of the better defenses in the league. So for the score to be 3-0 really shouldn't shock too many if you've been watching these teams during the regular season and the playoffs. And off to Ramondre Stevenson, 5-yard gain. Jaron Reed, the defensive tackle for the Hawks, there first with the coverage. 2nd down and 5 at the New England 37. And that's going to be the end of the first quarter, 3-0 Seattle. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. We're at 595 to go. Let's get it, baby. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Look at some stats in the first quarter here. So Sam Darnold, 4 for 10, 54 yards. Drake May, 4 for 5, 34 yards. So really not anything special as of, the early stages of the first quarter. Kenneth Walker III, 16 yards. Ramondre Stevenson, 17 yards. So again, pretty even, based off the running, even though Kenneth Walker III did have 10 yards on the first play of the game. Barner with 2 receptions at tight end. With 27 yards, and then Booty with that 1 long catch for 21. So Barner, obviously, kind of that guy that has been overlooked, the check down guy that they feel comfortable going to. And Barner is underrated, like Sarah said. It's not a guy that is going to ever be considered a top 10 tight end ever. But it is a guy that, if you leave him open in the flat, he can definitely run you over, and he's got pretty good hands, for a guy that is kind of a lower name tight end. And then obviously sack lunches. You got 2 for Seattle. And again, Ernest Jones, the 4th, with 4 tackles already, and Christian Barmore with 3 for New England. Yeah. Well, you also have to realize, right? Anytime your team is linked to cheating, right, then there's going to be people that aren't going to vote for you, right? So, with New England and with that general area, we know the Boston Red Sox have gotten caught. We know the New England Patriots have gotten caught, and it's kind of a damn shame, because those teams were very, very good, at that time period, and they didn't really need to cheat. But again, once you end up getting caught and you end up having a black eye on your organization, people are never going to let it go. It's just like when people end up, doing steroids or PEDs, if you end up cheating and you get caught, it's going to stay with you forever. And again, there's a certain reason why certain guys aren't in the Hall of Fame for baseball reasons. And there's also going to be a reason why, certain individuals, and again, eventually Bill will be in, but again, if you're linked to cheating, sometimes you're not going to be first ballot. You might have to wait, a year or 2, and then eventually you're going to get in. And it's not like people don't respect Bill, but again, there are going to be individuals that aren't going to, want you to get in, as if, imagine if he didn't do any kind of cheating, then obviously first ballot, no doubt, no one would have had an issue, but when you end up cheating, and it's not just like getting caught once, it's getting caught multiple times for different things. And we're not even talking about the early Super Bowls in 01, 03, and 04 against the Rams, against the Panthers and the Eagles. There wasn't really a whole lot of, investigation back then, but there's a good chance that there's some stuff that was going on in those 3 Super Bowls as well, since New England won every Super Bowl by only 3. So shotgun set. May going short left to Hunter Henry. Incomplete. trying to go to his check down guy. 3rd down and 5 at the New England 37. I mean, anybody that cheats in any sport, you're going to have a black eye and your legacy is going to be tarnished. That's just how it goes. People are not going to look the other way and give you a free pass if you cheated. It's not fair to all the other athletes and the other coaches that are doing it the right way. But on the flip side, a lot of people are cheating. It's just they haven't been caught yet. And again, we just have to be patiently waiting, for that time for those individuals to get caught, and some of these individuals will. Shotgun set, Ramondre Stevenson up the middle, no gain. Jaron Reed there, and that's 4th down and 5 at the New England 37. Altuve is another guy. When he ends up being eligible for the Hall of Fame, he won't be first ballot. Based off his career, he deserves to be first ballot, but based off the cheating, he won't be first ballot. So, great defensive game here so far. And I love defense, don't get me wrong, but I do want the game to open up, and I'm hoping that we can get into the 20s before this game is over. Bryce Behringer with the punt, 40 yards, and that's fair caught by Rashid Shaheed. But it's not like Belichick will never get in, like certain individuals, like Sosa and McGuire and Bonds. Certain individuals will probably never get in, but again, or unless maybe they get in after they pass away, like they did Pete Rose, again, so that way they can't celebrate, getting in while they're alive and whatnot. But, some individuals will never, make the Hall of Fame, depending on, how bad, the things that you did and how you got caught and how many times. Shotgun set, Darnold, deep middle to Rashid Shaheed, incomplete. Christian Gonzalez, the Oregon Duck phenom, with the coverage. And it shows you how good Gonzalez really is. One of the best corners in the game. Look at the extension by Christian Gonzalez. I mean, again, he had a little bit of injuries, in his rookie season, but it shows you like how dominant, Christian Gonzalez really is. Shotgun set, Kenneth Walker off that left side. Go, go, go. Big first down. First down, Seahawks. Marcus Jones with the tackle, but not after a 30-yard gain. And like I said, if you be patient, eventually the big runs are going to open up. 2 big missed tackles by New England. And again, you had a 10-yard run to start the game off. You had a couple 1 to 3 yard gains. But again, if you're patient, eventually your offensive line will make the big play. Fantastic blocking up front and a great strength, by Kenneth Walker III to break those 2 tackles on that sideline. Shotgun set. Darnold, short middle to JSN, incomplete. Williams with the coverage. 2nd down and 10 at the New England 46. Judah in the building, what's good? Are you surprised that New England hasn't scored yet? I mean, both defenses are elite. There's no doubt about that. And the New England hasn't given up a 100-yard rusher in a million years. So, but they are on pace to give up one here. Kenneth Walker again. 29-yard run by Kenneth Walker III. And it looks like it's going to be 10-0 here in a second. Christian Gonzalez with the tackle. And again, you got Ramondre Stevenson, you got Travion Henderson, but Kenneth Walker III is showing that he is the best running back here today. Amazing. Look at the blocking up front. Offensive line, give them a steak and lobster dinner. Beautiful. And it looks like he's going to be getting to 100 yards maybe before halftime. And again, I felt that was going to be one of the deciding factors. If you can get a running back to 100 yards, even 80 to 90, that is going to be a huge edge for whatever team was going to have that guy. And great job there by Kenneth Walker III. Beautiful. Hand off to Kenneth Walker III here off the right side. Loss of 2. Great tackle by Craig Woodson, the safety for the Patriots. 2nd down and 12 at the New England 19. And let's see if New England's defense can tighten up to hold Seattle to a field goal. But again, remember, the Seahawks lost their 3 games by a combined 9, right? 4 points, 3 points, and 2 points. right? To the Niners in week 1, to the Buccaneers in week 5, and the Rams in week 11. So they are the best team in the NFL. And it's not like New England, is that far behind, but it's kind of the Seahawks Super Bowl to lose. They are the better team, but again, they have to earn it. And remember, they don't have Charbonnet, but they have a few others, but at this point, they may not need them. Shotgun set, Darnold, short middle to Cooper Kupp, and complete. 3rd down and 12 at the New England 19. That was a crazy play right there. Incomplete pass. And imagine if that ended up being a fumble. That could have been the turning point in the game for New England in the first half. And again, you're going to get a lot of blitzes. You're going to get corner blitzes. You're going to get safety blitzes. You're going to get linebacker blitzes. You're going to get delayed blitzes. Shotgun set, Walker off that left side. And there's Craig Woodson again, loss of 2. And Seattle's drive stalls, but Jason Myers should be able to pump a field goal here to make it 6-0. Good defense there by New England. And let's see if Myers can go 2 for 2 in the Super Bowl. Field goal is up and good. Jason Myers, 2 for 2. Great job by the kicker for the Seahawks. And we got 11:16 left. 6-0 Hawks. $11:16 left in the second quarter. 6-0 Seattle. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. And 5 to 15 subs. Let's get it, baby. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Well, it's definitely been a defensive battle here early in the first 2 quarters. And again, at some point, if you continue to, have that balanced offense for Seattle, the big play, whether it ends up being to JSN or AJ Barner or Cooper Kupp, for a, 20, 30, 40, 50-yard touchdown pass, it kind of feels like eventually it's going to happen. We might have to wait into the second half for it to happen. But again, if they continue to keep running the ball with Kenneth Walker III and he's able to get those chunk yards, eventually the defenses are going to cheat up, and that'll be perfect for a play action for Darnold to go deep. And it could end up being even someone like Rashid Shaheed. Reflect with a $5. Appreciate you. Stacks. Racks with the little Cactus Jack. We're at 10 now. 90 to go to hit the dono goal. Appreciate you. Another $5 holla on the dono train. Yeah, great to have Scoot Henderson back. Still, trying to feel out the process and whatnot. I don't really know, how the team is going to look after the All-Star break. I mean, if they can continue to get a little bit healthier, especially with Denny and that back issue and whatnot, we'll see how it all plays out. And I was going to end up doing the Warriors matchup, yesterday. But again, there was injuries. So again, if you're going to end up having some key individuals that aren't going to be playing, if no Steph Curry, no Luka, there's no reason for me to do it. So I figured at that point I would just, spend time with Paisley and get prepped for the Super Bowl. But then obviously as we get into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll be doing a little bit of NBA on the channel. Yeah, Spurs look great. And again, if SGA can stay healthy, they're still going to be the favored team. But if there is a team that could beat them and represent the West, it's definitely the Spurs. Wemby is an alien. Every time I watch him, he's doing something that is like I've never seen before, based off his size and his length. Very, very entertaining, to say the least. And then obviously we ended up doing the matchup, number 1 versus number 2, with the Pistons taking care of the Knicks. And the Pistons are the only team in the East that can hang with any of the teams in the West. So if it ends up being the Pistons and the Thunder, or the Pistons and the Spurs, we'll see how that plays out in the finals. But there's no other team. I mean, you got the Knicks and you got the Celtics, in second and third. But once Tatum comes back, I don't know if they'll still be able to match up with the way that the Pistons are built. And again, we will see if the Knicks can actually play better on the road. Fantastic at home, but terrible on the road. Myers kick, 65 yards. First down and 10 here for New England. Handoff to Travion Henderson. Off that right guard, 3-yard gain. Ernest Jones, the fourth, is a fucking machine. Seems like he's making every single tackle for Seattle up to this point. Second down and 7 at the New England 38. Yeah, and we'll see, if, Portland can end up being an 8, a 9, or a 10 seed. That's kind of, the position that they're in, but we'll see. Shotgun set. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is. The third sack lunch on the New England Patriots. Yum, 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 yum. Riley Mills in there. And again, offensive line for New England is having problems against this dominant Seattle Seahawks defense. Wow. And again, you're seeing New England get to Darnold, but not for a sack. He ends up throwing the ball just in time. But with Drake May, not able to get rid of the football, not once, not twice, but 3 times now. That's huge. 3 sacks already, pacing for 6. And we may end up getting that before this game is over. I don't necessarily think New England's terrible at protecting the quarterback. I just think Seattle's defense is that good, I mean, you're 14-3. I mean, if the offensive line was terrible, Drake May wouldn't have been second in the MVP voting. So, offensive line is pretty good. It's just, when you're going against a unit that might be slightly better, then again, and it's also about scheme. When do you send the blitz? Right away? Is it delayed? Is it from the linebacker? Is it from the corner? Is it from the safety? And, both of these defenses with Mike and obviously, the other Mike, they know what to do and when to do it. Bryce Behringer with the punt, 38 yards, fair caught by Rashid Shaheed. And again, it just kind of feels with New England, you're going to need something extra to win this game. A blocked punt, a blocked field goal, a pick 6, a fumble for a touchdown. And if you don't end up getting that play, you're not going to win. And even if you do get that play, you may not win, based on how Seattle's been playing at this point. $9:16 left here in the second quarter, 6-0 Seattle. Yeah. And again, some of the sacks are going to be on Drake May. Like you said, sometimes he needs to get rid of the football, but he's a young player, And again, sometimes it's going to be the offensive line not doing their job, or just getting dominated by a player that's a little bit better than you in front of you, making the big play. And again, a lot of it is going to come down to scheme. And if it ends up being a delayed blitz, and both teams are fantastic on delayed blitzes, kind of coming out of nowhere. And again, a lot of times that's going to turn into a sack or a turnover. First down and 10 at the Seattle 29, 6-0 Hawks. That's why it's so important to have a well-balanced offense. And you got Travion Henderson, you got Ramondre Stevenson. You got to be able to use those players just like Kenneth Walker III. Even though it might be, slow sledding, to start off and you're only getting, 1 yard. 2 yards, 3 yards. But eventually, if you're patient enough, big runs will open up at some point in the game. And, Seattle has been able to benefit from it. But New England, you got to be able to, continue to run the football. Because once they end up going in, pass mode, that's going to end up being the end of New England, because again, obviously the offensive line can't protect, in this game. And again, you got to be able to run the football, even if you're only going to be able to get a few yards. And eventually, because it's not like Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson can't get big gains. We've seen them do it, in the regular season, in the playoffs, run for 20, 30, 40 yard touchdowns. So, but again, the Seattle defense is kind of on another level. And imagine, once that offensive line improves and then May has more time, and again, it's almost inevitable May will get an MVP, at some point, especially when he was so close, with Stafford this year. But again, when Stafford ended up almost doubling him up, in touchdowns and yards, that was kind of the obvious choice. But again, once New England's offensive line gets better, imagine once New England has like a top 10 or even a top 15 offensive line and they improve, kind of like Seattle. They didn't have a very good offensive line. They were at the bottom, and then they ended up, getting into kind of the middle of the pack, and it's made a huge difference. And off to Kenneth Walker III, bouncing it to the outside, and a nice 9-yard run there. Christian Gonzalez from the Oregon Ducks with the coverage and the tackle. 2nd down and 1 at the Seattle 38. And off to Kenneth Walker III, 1-yard run. Jack Gibbons, the linebacker, with the tackle. 1st down and 10 at the Seattle 39. Move the chains. Yeah. But also on the flip side, in that game, you made CJ Stroud, look like a backup quarterback. And again, sometimes, you fear what you're going to be going against defensively, with those guys on the Houston D line. But again, your defense made CJ look very subpar and, below average. And again, that was the difference in the game. Darnold, short left to Kenneth Walker III, incomplete. 2nd down and 10 at the Seattle 39. And again, Darnold has been able to get rid of the football just in time. And again, a few times, in the first half, it could be something where both teams would have had similar numbers with sack lunches. But, Darnold, a little bit more experience in the league than Drake May, and it shows, and has been able to maneuver his body, and get rid of the football just in time. Not once, not twice, but already 3 times in this game. But if this was Sam Darnold earlier in his career, we could probably bet that he would have been sacked as well. Shotgun set, Darnold, short right to Cooper Kupp, the former Ram. They're from Eastern Washington. Nice catch. 7-yard gain. Jones with the coverage there for New England. 3rd down and 3 at the Seattle 47. Yeah, unfortunately, Davis Mills is one of the, top 5 backups, but CJ is still going to, keep his job. But you guys definitely made him look, very shitty in that game. Man in motion, 3rd down and 2. Darnold avoids the sack, little check down. And Kenneth Walker III, 1st down, Hawks. Move the chains. And again, it's not like Darnold is, has all the time in the world in the pocket. He is being threatened, and he's having to kind of run for his life at times. But the experience of being in the league a little bit longer than Drake May, it definitely is showing. You have to have that internal clock, not only during the regular season, but especially in the playoffs and the Super Bowl. Handoff to Kenneth Walker III up the middle. Bounces off 1 tackle. And Ellison Spillane with the tackle there finally for New England. 4-yard run there for Kenneth Walker III. Second down and 6 at the New England 43. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. We got a new one we're debuting on the channel here, Orbit. Let's get it. Second down and 6, handoff to George Halani. 1-yard gain. Anthony Jennings, the linebacker there with the tackle. And obviously, they're going to miss Zach Charbonnet. There's no doubt about that. I mean, they got a few backup running backs that are available, but, none of them are as good as Charbonnet as the backup. Third down and 5 at the New England 42. 6-0 Seattle in a defensive battle. 5:50 left. 5:30 and counting left here in the second quarter. Shotgun set. Darnold, short left to Kenneth Walker III. Incomplete. And now it's going to be 4th down and 5 at the New England 42. And again, you're definitely seeing a lot of corner blitzes, late safety blitzes, and a few linebacker blitzes that are a little delayed as well. Punting unit coming out, and New England does their job there. Michael Dixon with the punt, 39 yards, and that goes out of bounds, I believe, around the 3-yard line. First down and 10 at the New England 3, and we'll see if Seattle can impose their will and try to get a safety or a turnover here with New England backed up in their own end zone. Great special teams play by Seattle. Nice job there by Velus Jones. Another backup running back activated for the Super Bowl here today. .458 left in the second quarter. 6-0 Hawks. And we will get some touchdowns in the second half. There's no doubt about that. But the real question is when will New England score? And will they score in the first half? Kind of feels like if they don't come up with a big play on this drive, they're going to end up at a 0. At least for the first half. Here, Paisley, hold on. Hi. How are you? You want to lay down in here? Lay down. Lay down. I'll get you a snack here in a little bit, okay? It's almost halftime. Big Daddy's got to work, okay? I'll get you a snack in a second. Paisley coming in, making an appearance. Wanting some snacks. .458 left before halftime, and Pat Bunny. All right, let's see what the defense can do here in Seattle. And if New England can actually move the ball down the field. Hand off to Ramondre Stevenson, gaining about 3 as he leans forward in that last effort. Josh Jobe, the corner of Seattle, with the tackle. 2nd down and 7 at the New England 5. And even though, New England is down by 6 at this point, they can still win this game. It's not like they're down, 20-0 or 17-0. Both teams have amazing defenses, but at some point, you're going to have to be able to have a game-breaking play, and New England hasn't been able to do it just yet. Shotgun set. And whistle is blown, and I believe that's timeout by the Seahawks. First charge timeout for Seattle. Give me a sec. I'll get you a snack in a second, okay? I will. In a couple minutes, I'll give you a snack, okay? Give me a second. Shotgun set. May going short middle to Mac Hollins. Incomplete. 3rd down and 7 at the New England 5. Seattle's defense is very impressive. Defense wins games. Defense wins championships. I know, honey. I'm going to get you a snack. Daddy's working, okay? You got to give me a couple minutes and I'll get you a snack, okay? Shotgun set. May, short right to Demario Douglas. There you go. 1st down, Patriots. And finally, Drake May. Nerves got to be very high for, him and this New England team. But again, at least they are able to get out of their own end zone, so to speak. Nice job there by Demario Douglas. 1st down and 10 for the New England Patriots at the New England 14. Move the chains. 1st down, Patriots. And they play a zone coverage, and they are able to take advantage of it. Hand off to Ramondre Stevenson, going off that right end. 3-yard gain. 2nd down and 7 at the New England 17. Yeah, she is looking for Super Bowl snacks. She's getting impatient with me, but I already gave her food like an hour and a half ago. She's already had, breakfast and lunch, but, she's used to spending all her time with me pretty much, so... But we only got a couple minutes to halftime, and then I'll be able to get her a few snacks. Drake May. Little play action bootleg. Pressured and complete. Nobody there. 3rd down and 7 at the New England 17. Give me a minute, honey. It's almost halftime. Big 3rd down here for New England. False start on Will Campbell, and at the worst opportune time. You don't want to have any self-inflicted wounds. We haven't really had too many penalties up to this point, but when you're backed up in your own end zone and you're at a 0 in the Super Bowl in the first half, you don't want to be able to have anything like that, and that's a little unfortunate, but that's going to bring them back 5 yards. Now 3rd down and 12 at the New England 12. Yeah, well, the reason they're flinching is because Seattle's defense is the real deal. Shotgun set. May going deep to Mac Hollins. Incomplete. And New England will have to punt again. And if New England can hold Seattle to a field goal or nothing, they're going to be right, in the mix. But if they end up giving up a touchdown and they end up being down 13-0 at half, it's going to be very difficult to come back. And again, this is definitely a defensive-oriented Super Bowl through and through. But these are the two, most well-balanced teams at this point. Offense, defense, special teams. Not really a whole lot of weaknesses besides maybe the New England O-line and pass protection. But other than that, it's a very well-balanced game. Behringer with the punt, 56 yards, and Rashid Shaheed finally gets a return, but only gets about 11, and it's going to be first down and 10 at the Seattle 43. I mean, really, the story so far has been the Seattle defense and Kenneth Walker III. So, and I know a lot of NFL fans want more. They want this game to be 21-14 in the first half, or 14-7 or 14-10, because they want those, offensive touchdowns. But again, you have to realize how great both of these defenses really are. So, all right, Paisley's getting anxious, so let me go grab her a snack. All right, Daddy's coming. .250 left in the second quarter in Super Bowl 60, 6-0 Hawks. Just would have been amazing if the Mariners would have been able to make it to the World Series and win, and then they could have doubled up and had Mariners and Seahawks, but I guess that would have been a little too much from the sports gods and whatnot. But definitely looking forward to see what the Mariners can do, going into this upcoming season, and let's see if Seattle can end up hanging on and winning a Super Bowl for the first time in a few years here in Super Bowl 60. Got Thunder and the Lakers on Peacock tomorrow at 7 o'clock Pacific. So that'll be the stream that we end up doing, even though SGA won't be playing. If Luka and LeBron are available to play, then we'll end up doing that. If not, then we may take the day off. Sam Darnold on first down, short middle to Cooper Kupp. 7-yard gain. Second down and 3 at the 50. And New England's defense has got to really step up here. Otherwise, if it ends up being 13-0, it'll be very difficult to come back from that. Not impossible, but usually if you have a double-digit lead at halftime in the Super Bowl, you typically don't come back. And on top of that, New England is at a 0. Not ideal. Donald getting smacked around, but he's still able to get rid of the football to avoid the big sack, and that's what it's about. Second down and 3, handoff to Kenneth Walker III off that right side, 7-yard gain. Robert Spillane there first, the linebacker for the Patriots with the tackle. First down, Hawks, and that's going to be the 2-minute warning. And it just kind of feels it's just a matter of time before we get Sam Darnold to JSN for a touchdown in the Super Bowl. We may have to wait into the second half, but it just kind of feels like that play is building up, and we're going to get it at some point. Yeah, it probably also depends if they win the Super Bowl or not. If Seattle wins the Super Bowl and Kenneth Walker III is a champion, then it may be something where he's, maybe more willing to leave and take more money, and go to kind of a team that's not as good, to kind of get the bag because he already made his dream come true. Or, he might, negotiate, and I'm not sure if he's willing to take less money or a comparable deal. But yeah, the very interesting thing to think about. Obviously Charbonnet, coming off a major injury, and, again, they definitely have a team that could, potentially make another Super Bowl run, but you could say the same thing for New England. Even if they don't win this Super Bowl, it's not crazy to think that they could end up being in the Super Bowl in the next few years again. So, just based on how they're built, both Mikes have done a great job in the NFC and the AFC to get their teams here today. We're at the 2-minute warning, 6-0 Seattle, which is not necessarily what I think a lot of people were expecting. I mean, unless you actually watch these teams very closely this year. But again, there still is a chance for at least one team to get to 20 before this Super Bowl is over. Shotgun set. And Walker getting a 1-yard run. Stiff arm there, but Craig Woodson says not today. Pulls him backwards. And that's second down and 9 at the New England 42. Yeah, and I know a lot of people were betting Seahawks and JSN getting in the end zone, and they were messaging me this morning. But, again, I told them if Christian Gonzalez follows, JSN the whole game, there's a chance that he gets yards, but he may not get into the end zone. Again, it's hard to be able to get into the end zone when you have two really good defensive squads, but we'll find out how it all flows in the second half. Shotgun set, Darnold short middle to George Halani, the backup running back here today. Christian Ellis there with the tackle. And now it's going to be manageable. 3rd down and 2 at the New England 35. Great cutbacks by George Halani. Not one, but 2 of them. Nice athleticism there by Halani. And, there's going to be a little bit of fatigue, by both teams and an extended performance by Bad Bunny. So, again, I would not be shocked if the offenses open up a little bit, on the defenses getting a little bit gassed in the 3rd and 4th quarter. And Halani's got the first down. First down, Hawks. Timeout, Seattle. That is the second charge timeout of the first half for the Hawks. .32 seconds left here before half. 6-0 Hawks. And normally when you have a 14-3 versus a 14-3, you would assume it would be a little bit more scoring. But again, defense wins games, defense wins championships. And honestly, these are two of the stingiest defenses that we've seen in the Super Bowl in quite some time. hence the score 6-0. I mean, Seattle, even as great as they are on offense, haven't been able to punch it into the end zone yet. Now they might be able to do it in the second half, or it might end up being a field goal party all day long. I mean, that's possible as well. But even though New England is down and they're at 0, you still got to give them a hell of a lot of credit, again, with everything that's going on. You're only down 6 at this point. And again, obviously you would love to be at least at 3 and on the board. But again, they're going to have to make some major adjustments in the second half. First down and 10. Darnold. Quick pass. Cooper Kupp. And gang tackled at the sideline. And that's the third and final timeout by the Seahawks. Yeah. And again, JSN going against Christian Gonzalez. And even though we know JSN's the best receiver in the game this year, Gonzalez is one of the best corners. And if he follows him the whole game, and also, not a lot of time to be able to go through your progressions, normally like, Seattle typically does with Darnold, and May with his options like Diggs, and again, some of these big plays could happen in the second half. But again, defenses have definitely, had the tempo in their corner in the first half. Shotgun set, Darnold, short right to Cooper Kupp, incomplete. And that's why, I'm not really shocked that Cooper Kupp is leading in yards at this point. But again, all it takes is one big throw from Darnold to JSN, and he'll have more yards than Cooper Kupp. So, and could also have a touchdown on top of that in the second half. So, pass incomplete from Darnold to Cooper Kupp. He had it, and did it even hit the turf, though? He might have scooped it before. Look, he has it. He doesn't have it. He bobbles it. Wow, look how close that ball is. Super close. I mean, it's hard to be able to tell where the point of the football, if it actually hits the grass or not. It kind of looked like it didn't even hit the ground, honestly. But we need to get a good replay here. Yeah, first angle it didn't, second angle it did. Wow, what a close one there. I mean, great hands by Cooper Kupp to be able to recover and whatnot, but I think that's incomplete, based on that second look, on the opposite side of the field. But that first initial replay looked like, oh my God, he might have actually made that catch. But like this angle right here they're showing, the front angle looks like he got it, but the back angle looks like it hits the turf there. And I think that's a good call by the referees there. And again, we don't really say that often, that the referees made the right call, but I think that is the right call there. Hell of an effort there by Cooper Kupp, though. 3rd down and 3. And that's going to be the first time out here by the Patriots. And again, being down 9-0 is much better than being down 21-0 or 17-0 or 14-0. So again, you got to be a little disappointed if you're a Patriot fan at this point that you're down and you're at 0. But again, still a lot of football to be played. There's no doubt about that. Darnold being blitzed 65% of the dropbacks. But the thing is, it's not leading to sacks like it is for May. He's being able to get rid of the football even though he's been clobbered, on almost every other play. Versus the blitz, he's only 4 for 11, but he hasn't made the big turnover. And obviously that's what New England is hoping for. Shotgun set, Darnold going deep to JSN. Gonzalez with the coverage, incomplete. And that's going to be another field goal here for Jason Myers before halftime. Man, Christian Gonzalez is a real one. Let me tell you, that Oregon Duck corner, again, if he's not guarding JSN, realistically, he's probably already scored by now. Field goal is up and good. Myers 3 for 3. He could be the MVP of the Super Bowl. Could end up being a field goal party. And again, that late break by Gonzalez, he's got great athleticism, right? And he's got great length. And again, a lot of times, other corners get beat, but Gonzalez has got that height and that length and that great athletic ability to make plays like that. 9-0 Seattle. Yeah, I mean, he had that injury coming out of college, and a lot of people were doubting him, but it shows you, like, he, arguably, I mean, again, there's a lot of corners that are out there and whatnot, but based off his age, the youth movement, the height, the length, the awareness, and how good he was in college and how it's transitioning to the NFL, it's not going to be shocking at one point or another if he's considered the best corner in the NFL at some point. I mean, he definitely played like he was the best corner. He played like it this year, but I don't think universally fans are going to recognize that he's the best at this point. But with that being said, he definitely is a top 3, top 5 corner already. And eventually, he has the skill set to be the number 1 corner, just like JSN had the ability to be the number 1 wide receiver this season. And he could end up doing that again in the future as well. Myers with the kick, 62 yards. And a 26-yard return by Dearness Johnson, backup running back for the Patriots. And it's 1st down and 10 at the New England 29. But I wish I had a corner like that. I mean, again, if that's any other player, that's a JSN touchdown. So, great job by Gonzalez. But again, first half possessions by New England. Punt, 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 punt. Can't win a Super Bowl that way. And that is halftime as the kneel down comes out. And we're going to have about, 20, 30 minutes with Bad Bunny. And then we'll get back into the action. So. We're at halftime, 9-0 Hawks. Yeah, very smooth. I mean, Christian Gonzalez has got everything that you want in a cornerback in the NFL. And it's nice to be able to see some Oregon players, actually pan out in the NFL. I mean, years ago, it was kind of hit or miss, but lately you're starting to get more and more guys that are really starting to show that they can hang and be some of the best at their position in the NFL, which is an awesome thing to see. Megan in the building. How are you? 9-0. You got the lead, obviously firm control, of this game. And again, you're 1/2 away of being Super Bowl champions. Yeah, I mean, it would have been awesome to be able to get the Mariners and the Seahawks to be champions, in the same year. But I guess that was a little bit too much to ask. And realistically, if we would have beaten the Blue Jays, we wouldn't have beaten the Dodgers either. We might have been able to get to Game 6, maybe Game 7, but again, we're going in the right direction, and vibes are very high in Oregon and Washington in the Pacific Northwest. And again, Seattle was the best team late in the regular season. Seattle was the best team going into the playoffs. Seattle was the best team during the playoffs, and Seattle looks like the best team in the Super Bowl. So I don't see any scenario of a meltdown by the Hawks. It's just kind of a matter of time, and Seattle's holding up the Lombardi, but we will see what adjustments are made. And again, I don't think New England will be at a 0 for the whole game. But again, when you're down 9-0, you're still close if you score a touchdown right away in the third quarter. But again, the offenses are going to be able to open up at some point, but so far so good for us here in the Pacific Northwest. Showtime in the building. What's good? Yeah, New England, even though they're struggling and Seattle's defense is great, New England's defense is very good as well. Patriots will not be at a 0 in the Super Bowl. At the very least, they'll get a field goal, but again, I hope for their sake, they can get at least to 10. And then, Seattle still, has potential, points to be scored into the 20s. I don't think it'll get into the 30s, but Seattle could definitely score a touchdown or two, or a touchdown and a couple more field goals. So. Megan with a tour. Every dollar counts. Stacks. Racks with the little Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. $2 holla on the Dono train. Oh, prayers up to your friend. But again, these are the two best defenses that we've seen in a Super Bowl in a long, long time. I mean, when's the last time we've actually seen a game like this? I can't remember the last time we've seen a game like this. I've been watching football since the mid-'80s, and again, Seattle was able to get the 3 field goals, and it's a field goal party. And again, in years past, Hawk fans and fantasy football fans once in a while could get aggravated with Meyer missing certain kicks. And he hasn't been perfect, but again, he's been consistent as of late, even though he's missed a few field goals during the regular season. But in the playoffs, he's been pretty automatic. And he's 3 for 3 here in the Super Bowl. And again, could end up being the MVP. And again, when's the last time a kicker was MVP of the Super Bowl? It's not something that usually happens, but could happen here today. But defense wins games, defense wins championships, and New England's got a defense. There's no doubt about that. The only problem is Seattle's is better. And again, they actually have a quarterback that has more experience, and New England ended up blitzing quite a few times, hoping that Sam would end up making that bad throw to lead to a interception or a pick six or a fumble. But again, he's been able to throw the ball away. He's been taking quite a few hits off the blitz. But again, May's been taking the sacks. Darnold hasn't, and that's really the difference in the game. But again, if Seattle ends up winning the Super Bowl, it'll be great for, Pacific Northwest vibes, and hopefully that'll carry over into the Mariners as we go into the regular season for baseball in about a month and a half. Can't wait. And again, it does kind of happen time to time, right? Where you end up having a city that ends up kind of taking over in sports, whether it ends up being in basketball, baseball, football, or a combination of those, depending on if you have those teams there, but it is pretty common, to see kind of a city take over in sports. And it's happened quite a few times, in the last 50 years. And, this could be the beginning of something very special in the Pacific Northwest. We're at halftime, 9-0 Hawks. And obviously, we still have to wait for the Bad Bunny performance, which will be, 20 to 30 minutes, something of that nature. And it's already been a few. And again, and then we'll get into the second half at that point. Yeah, I mean, they're going to let them play in the Super Bowl also, and again, we had a false start by New England, and again, there hasn't really been a whole lot of time, for, plays to develop, because obviously they're blitzing like crazy and they're both getting to the quarterbacks, but again, the main also difference is, Seattle trusts their running back in Kenneth Walker III. The Patriots don't trust Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson, and they need to. If they need to be able to, have that running game, even if they're only getting 1 to 3 yards, like Kenneth Walker III, at times in the game. But again, they haven't given up a 100-yard rusher in like a million years, right? But again, Kenneth Walker III showing that, hey, I'm on the brink. He's at 94 yards. 10 yards, obviously, on the first play of the game, and a couple big chunk yards, right before halftime. And again, if you eventually, stay patient in the running game, eventually the holes are going to open up and your O-line will end up making a key block. And that'll also open up the passing game in the second half as well. But, offensive line, defensive line, the line of scrimmage has been won by Seattle, hence the 9-0 lead. But I don't think I've seen a defensive battle as strong as these two teams in a long, long time. Yeah, referees are not affecting the game back with the Hasselbeck, Ben Roethlisberger situation back then. True. But again, it's only the first half, and we'll see, if they tighten up a little bit with some, PI calls or, something of that nature. But it's kind of nice, to have the refs not, flag after flag after flag and, kind of take the momentum away from the fans and the players. So again, you can literally call holding on almost every play in football, but it's kind of nice that it's been relatively clean up to this point, and hopefully it'll be like that in the second half as well. But again, you got to be able to keep running the ball with Ramondre Stevenson. And I would like to be able to see Travion Henderson get in the game at the same time. I formation, do little screen passes to Travion Henderson and also give him a chance to rumble. We've seen Travion Henderson being able to get 20, 30, 40, 50-yard running touchdowns during the regular season. And it just feels like, the play calling hasn't been up to par for Josh McDaniels up to this point. And a big, reason is because Seattle's defense is so fucking good. They're, it's kind of making him get out of his norm, and he's having to kind of pivot and adjust. But you have to kind of stick to your guns. Ernest Jones, the fourth, has been fantastic, but, New England is at a 0, but I don't think they'll end the game at 0. But great job by Sam Darnold with all things considered. Obviously, going 9 for 22, 88 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. But again, based on the pressure that he's received, it's very possible that he could have already fucked up and had a, game-turning turnover. But he's been very poised, very confident. He's got a swagger about him. And I love seeing journeymen finally find their home. And Sam has done a good job with those stats. Again, Drake May, 6 for 11 for 48 yards. So it's not like it's been really a game that's been decided by the quarterbacks. Kenneth Walker III and the offensive line and the defensive line are the reason why, including Jason Myers, they're up at this point. Cooper Kupp has done a great job in the first half. And, we assume at some point JSN will get loose. But again, they decided not to go away from Kenneth Walker III and obviously got rewarded because he's almost at 100 yards here at half. 14 carries, 94 yards, and New England had a very long streak, of not giving up a 100-yard rusher. Hell, they didn't even give up a 75-yard rusher for quite some time. So, and you got to be able to have that balanced offense, and, everything so far is looking Seattle. We got Bad Bunny with the halftime performance. And I kind of feel like with halftime performances, like I said, earlier in the stream, you're never going to make everyone happy. Because there's going to be some people that aren't going to like the performance because they're not going to be able to understand what he's saying. And then you're going to have a hip hop performance with like Eminem and Dr. Dre, and then you're going to get haters that hate hip hop, right? And then you're going to go with someone that maybe is country, and then you're going to have someone that doesn't like Jelly Roll or something of that nature, right? But for me, I think going with like rock, I think, or like rock country, I think that usually ends up making the majority of, the individuals watching somewhat happier. Anytime you end up, going another route, obviously fans are always going to be divided and whatnot. But, I would rather see, like a rock performance, like Metallica or something of that nature. And then if we're not going to go with like Metallica, they had Green Day in the, pre-performance and stuff. But if you're not going to go rock, I even though I'm a big hip hop guy, I think I would rather go, country after that, depending on who it is. But, it is what it is. But they're going to end up, switching it up year in and year out. It's not going to obviously be the same genre every year, but you're only going to get a small portion of fans, that are going to really enjoy, the performance, Like this performance here, obviously Bad Bunny fans are like going insane right now. But again, what if you're not a fan of him? And then obviously if you don't understand what he's saying, kind of hard to get into the, the full performance when you don't know what's being said. So. All right, Megan, take care. Yeah. And plus also, the state of, where the United States and where America is at right now, obviously definitely sending a kind of a message, when you end up having an artist like Bad Bunny, headlining the Super Bowl halftime show. So, we definitely need to be better, overall, as a nation. And, it's kind of embarrassing, the things that are going on, in the world, specifically in the United States lately. But, hopefully things will end up getting better, but it definitely is a kind of a weird time to be alive in the United States right now. And we still got 18 minutes to go before the performance is over. It's the Latin flavor. The sexual overtones are through the roof. Come on, man, you know that. I mean, regardless if it was going to be a male, artist or a female artist. Very passionate, right? But at least on the NFL side, they switch it up every year, so usually you're not going to see the same genre every, year or so. But it's not like when I was growing up, when I got to see like, Prince or like Michael Jackson, and I feel like with those type of artists, it was more universally loved by more people, even if you didn't really listen to that particular artist that much. But again, different time and different age, right? Nope. It's on NBC or Peacock. So, But like Prince and Michael Jackson back in the day, man, I mean, it's just a different time that we were living in back then. And that's one thing, when you end up getting, Latin artists, you're going to have great energy. Again, you may not understand everything that's, being said, but as far as the energy, that they're exuding, you can definitely feel the energy. But definitely a different type of vibe for, a Super Bowl halftime performance for sure. I like the props that they have in the background and whatnot. That's very cool. Elton John, yeah. Still got about 10 to 15 minutes left in the performance, I believe. And then we'll be back into the action in the second half of the Super Bowl. Seahawks up 9-0 against New England. Yeah, right? I mean, any type of salsa or any type of aggressive dancing of that nature, for sure. But Bad Bunny is, pretty huge, even, had a chance to go into WWE and show that he can wrestle with some of the best. And so, very multi-talented, type of artist that can go into other things and end up showing that he can belong. And, when Bad Bunny had a little bit of a run in WWE, he not only did good, he did great. So, and we might see him in WWE again at some point in the future, but I just wish I knew a little bit more Spanish where I could actually understand what he's saying. But I do like the props and things that are being used. It's not like a regular stage and whatnot. It kind of feels like that, storefront village kind of vibe and whatnot. And, that's a very creative thing to be able to do instead of just doing a regular, stage and, having everyone dance around. So I'll give them credit, that took a little bit of a thought process. It's definitely very unique compared to a lot of the other stages that we've seen. And now we get the fireworks coming out. The only thing more powerful than hate is love there in the background. That is so true. State of the country right now is not in the greatest place, so it definitely could be much, much, much better. I mean, other than the fact that I can't understand what he's saying, I like the performance. I like the overall vibe of everything that is going on. They definitely had a nice creative, display of, the storefronts and everything else and kind of giving that village vibe and whatnot. I would say it wasn't the best, but it definitely wasn't the worst and whatnot. And based on how everything is going on in the country, to be able to have an artist of his ethnicity performing at the halftime show, it's fantastic. All right, halftime show is over. And we'll be back into the second half here momentarily. Oh, of course. You know how that goes. Reflect. Not only in the United States, but globally and whatnot. They don't want people to get along. They want people to be against each other. And it definitely is going to take really strong individuals not to get brainwashed and to be able to think for themselves and understand what's right and what's wrong. And again, it's just kind of one of those things where you get people that are uneducated and you get a lot of people that are followers, not leaders. And again, if you're uneducated and you're not willing to learn all the facts, and then you end up following blindly and you follow, in a way that, could be controversial, then obviously things aren't going to be getting better. It's going to get worse. And we definitely need to be able to come together and have things get better. But the reality of it all is that, things aren't looking good. And I hope things get better down the road. But, it's kind of a weird time to be alive, at the moment. Halftime show is over. Seahawks up 9-0 against New England. And hopefully New England will be able to get on the board before the game is over. And we'll see if Seattle can end up getting a touchdown with Sam Darnold or the defense before this one's over as well. Yeah. Ricky Martin was there. Obviously, Lady Gaga as well. So it was kind of nice to be able to have, that type of flavor added on. Again, I just wish I knew more of his songs and what he was saying. But again, the energy and the vibe was really good. But again, when you end up going online, after the game or even now, obviously there's going to be a lot of people that are racist or they're haters and they're just going to be talking shit and whatnot. So, unfortunately, racism is very rampant, as well as sexism, not only in the United States, but across the globe. And, I hope one day things will, get better. It's embarrassing. with everything that's going on. Judah says that as a Patriot fan, that was the best thing I've seen so far. True that, but hopefully you'll have something to cheer for before this game is over. And again, I don't think New England will finish at a 0. That would be very, very shocking, for like if it ends up being just like, a field goal party and it ends up being 18-0 and then Myers ends up being the MVP. I mean, that would be like the craziest shit ever, right? Myers going 6 for 6 for field goals, New England not even scoring a point, and then a kicker winning MVP. But again, at this point, Myers, has the points. We obviously know Kenneth Walker III's got some great yards, but hopefully New England can get on the board, and hopefully Seattle can do that as well. Yeah, let's definitely have a great back and forth. But again, it's going to have to be up to the offensive coordinators to be able to open up the game. I mean, obviously both teams are, blitzing pretty heavy, but at some point, especially New England, you got to be able, to get the ball and to like Travion Henderson's hands and certain individuals in the flat. We need to be able to see some screen passes. But the thing is, Seattle knows that those are coming. So again, once they start running those plays, in against other teams, Henderson could end up going for like a 40-yard touchdown, but against Seattle, you might only get like 3 yards. But again, you have to try, and again, I didn't really like a whole lot of the play calling, for New England, but again, it's based on the Seattle defense. And then there was a few drives, on that one drive when they were backed up in the end zone, Seattle, and they went JSN 3 times in a row and punted. I don't like that either. I understand that you want to get your superstar number one receiver involved, but again, you want to make sure you're mixing it up a little bit. And again, you don't have to go run, pass, or run, pass, run on 1st and 3rd down. But again, you want to make sure you're mixing it up and whatnot. And hopefully we'll definitely get a wide variety of play calls, but things are going to be adjusted based on the defense. And again, and if both defenses are going to be flying around, there's not a whole lot of time for those big plays to develop. The JSN, Rashid Shaheed, Stephon Diggs, a lot of these routes take time to develop. And again, if you have 3, 4, 5 seconds against a shitty defense, then you get a big play, right? But right now, you got about a second and a half, if not less than that time. So again, there's not a whole lot of time for those big plays to develop. So a lot of dinking and doinking, screen passes, runs up the middle, bouncing it to the outside. But hopefully we end up having a great back and forth second half. All right, so halftime show, we had Bad Bunny this year, Kendrick Lamar last year, Usher the year before, Rihanna. Then we had the Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Eminem, Mary J. Blige, Kendrick Lamar. I like that one. The Weeknd, Shakira and Jennifer Lopez, Maroon 5, Justin Timberlake, Lady Gaga, Coldplay, Beyonce, Bruno Mars, and then all the way back in 2015, Katy Perry. But for me, going to like 93 with Michael Jackson, 2007 with Prince and Purple Rain, those were pretty magnificent. And then obviously everyone remembers the wardrobe slip with Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake, I believe in 2004. So again, you're getting a different type of energy and artists, over the last few years and whatnot. But But it wouldn't shock me if we have like Jelly Roll next year, something like that. And, again, at some point they're going to go to a rock artist or like a country artist, whether it be like Jelly Roll and Shabuzi, I wouldn't mind that if that was next year's, something of that nature. I think that could be, an entertaining show. Now, not everyone's going to love that, and not everyone's going to love those artists, but, fifth Super Bowl without a TD at the half. Patriots offense, 51 total yards, third fewest in first half Super Bowl history. And the quarterback numbers, not the greatest. 9 for 22, 88 yards for Sam. 6 for 11, 48 yards for Drake. But the difference, May's been sacked 3 times, Darnold 0. But he's been crushed on a few of those plays that he could have been sacked. But 14 rushes, 94 yards, second most in the first half in Super Bowl history, and 2 for 25-plus yards. So, as of right now, Jason Myers and Kenneth Walker III are the MVP frontrunners, but we will see how it plays out. All right, what do we got, Sam Darnold? NFL fans want JSN to get in the end zone at least once. Kenneth Walker III, you've been a beast. But right now, the guy that's been the best is Jason Myers. Who would have thought? 3 for 3, 4 field goals. And Myers kicks, 55 yards. And Dearness Johnson, the backup running back, with a decent return, 22 yards. Russell with the tackle on the special teams for the... And that's going to be first down and 10 at the New England 32. Yeah, I'd like to see Brees get to a new team and, get back to his winning ways. Agreed. Shotgun set. May going deep to Demario Douglas. Incomplete. And again, we haven't seen Stephon Diggs even targeted yet. And I would love to be able to see, a few of these other individuals, Hunter Henry, Diggs, and others. But again, Seattle's defense is just menacing out there. They just don't have a whole lot of time for a lot of things to develop. Second down and 10 at the New England 32. But again, both of these defenses are top 10, and they're definitely playing like it. I don't think I've ever seen a Super Bowl with quarterback stats that low ever. I've never seen a game so low scoring and defensive oriented ever, so again, but hopefully we get some offense here in the second half to give a little bit of excitement for a lot of those offensive minded fans, which is usually 90% of fans that are out there. Shotgun set. Travion Henderson off to that left side, and he's the X factor in my opinion for New England. 6-yard game. Third down and 4 at the New England 38. When he took over for Ramondre Stevenson when he was injured, he looked fantastic. Like he could end up being one of those guys that could potentially be in the running for Rookie of the Year. And again, I think that, you need to get him more touches. They decide to give him, 6? Now 7 yards. They make a quick adjustment here on the line. Third down and 3 at the New England 39. And not only running up the middle and bouncing outside, but also in the screen game for Travion Henderson. Shotgun set, May, short left to Kayshon Boutte, incomplete. Job with the coverage, and that's fourth down and 3 at the New England 39. And Job was all over it. And again, if you have to dink and doink and do out routes, in routes, screen passes, and run the ball up the middle and outside, again, it's going to give you more yards, even though it's going to be short chunk yards, instead of just trying to go deep and hoping that you're going to, get a 15-yard gain, because obviously they haven't been able to convert in the first half and not on the first drive here in the third quarter. Bryce Behringer with the punt, 52 yards, and that's going to be fair caught by Rashid Shaheed. First down and 10 at the Seattle 9. Yeah, Travion's a stud. He was a stud for the Ohio State University. And again, has the ability to run for 30, 40, 50-yard touchdowns, once he gets the opportunity. But Seattle's defense is much better than some of the defenses that he was scoring against during the regular season. There's no doubt about that. But he definitely has, the it factor. And again, you got to be able to move him around, put him in the game with Stevenson in I formation, put him in the flat, screen passes on the left side and the right side, just little dinks and doinks. So someone that can get you some yak yards, because obviously the, normal strategy of things is not working. The defense for Seattle and their secondary is too good right now, as well as their linebacking core with Ernest Jones, the fourth, and others on that D-line. Handoff to Kenneth Walker III off that right end, 2-yard gain. Jack Gibbons, the linebacker for the Pats, with the tackle. 2nd down and 8 at the Seattle 11. And really, that's the difference between New England and Seattle. Seattle will run the ball first and let the passing game open up. New England starts off really with the pass, and then they look to the run, but at that point, it's too late, And again, once they abandon the run, it's over. I mean, right now it's already 9-0. And again, if they don't adjust properly, there is a good chance that New England doesn't even get to 10. Hell, they might not even get to 7 or 3 if they keep going at their rate. I mean, New England probably has a better chance of scoring on defense than they do on offense, maybe even scoring on special teams rather than, on offense at this point, which is crazy to say. Shotgun set, Darnold going short middle to Rashid Shaheed. He caught it. There we go. 1st down, Hawks. Hawkins, Davis, and Christian Ellis with the coverage. 1st down and 10 at the Seattle 27. Great job there by Rashid Shaheed. And good protection up front there, even though Sam stays in the pocket and takes a big hit. Again, if you're going to play that soft zone, and that ball was a duck, but Rashid Shaheed got it, even though it was a little wobbly there. Shotgun set, Darnold, short left, JSN, he's there. Oh my, 1st down, Hawks. Back to back, 15+ yard gain. 1st down and 10 at the Seattle 43. Beautiful. Darnold to JSN, and if you let JSN get open, with yak yards, watch out. Nice job there by Sam Darnold and JSN, and you have to assume at some point the defense for New England is going to get tired, and then a touchdown is going to be scored by somebody on Seattle, whether it's in the 3rd quarter or the 4th quarter or both. No huddle, Darnold, there we go, run, Darnold, run! There you go. And like I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, you may need your quarterbacks to run, for 30 to 50 yards. And there's 11 for Sam Darnold. Fantastic. Move the chains. 1st down, Hawks. Great awareness by Sam Darnold. We know he's not very fast. But again, the offensive line did a good enough job. A hole opened up. You got to run away from the defense. And again, if they're going to play man, you have to make sure you make them pay. Great job by Darnold. Handoff to Kenneth Walker III on 1st down and 10. Bounces off the right tackle, 3-yard gain. Woodson and Spillane for the Patriots with the tackle. 2nd down and 7 at the New England 43. And I think that Sam will be able to do that a few more times before the game is over. Maybe not that he wants to do it, but if there's just nothing there, you just got to be able to try to get something rather than nothing. 3 plays with 10 yards or more. And again, at some point, the defense is getting tired out there for New England. I mean, they're very well coached by Vrabel, but again, fatigue is a real thing. And you got to think Seattle will be getting fatigued at some point as well. Shotgun set, Darnold going to Kenneth Walker. Oh my, big gain on the screen pass. That's what they need to do with Travion Henderson. 1st down, Hawks. And is this the drive that they're going to get in the end zone? It sure as hell feels like it. And if they go up 16-0, good night. Nice job there by Kenneth Walker III. Jason Myers and Kenneth Walker III trying to get the MVP here. But obviously, if we get a touchdown by Walker or JSN, realistically, those are the guys that are going to get the award. They typically don't give the award to a kicker, but Myers is definitely deserving. I mean, he's got all the points for Seattle at this point. Great job by Walker. He's over 100 yards now. I love it. 99 rushing yards, but over 100 yards total. Handoff to Kenneth Walker III. And now he's at 100. 2nd down and 9 at the New England 22. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. And 5 to 15 subs. Let's get it, baby. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. And timeout, Seattle. First timeout by the Hawks here in the second half. And if New England's defense tightens up, it'll be another field goal for Myers, making it 12-0. But again, if the offensive line can dig deep like they have on this drive, we might be able to see someone get into the end zone. Walker, JSN, Cooper Kupp, AJ Barner, or maybe hell, even Sam Darnold himself rushing in for a touchdown. Shotgun set, Darnold, short right to Cooper Kupp, incomplete. I don't like that play call there. That was a critical play call that they should have ran the ball. I don't like that call at all. And now it ends up being 3rd down and 9. Obviously, less room to maneuver when you get this close. And New England's defense is tightening up, but again, they're not able to really, score, let alone really get first downs. Seattle is able to move the ball, but again, they're going to be able to have to find the right play calls on, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th down. But primarily 2nd and 3rd down, they need to be better. Shotgun set, Darnold, short right to Cooper Kupp, incomplete. And that's going to be 4th down and 9. And here comes Jason Myers, the MVP of the game, going to be going 4 for 4. Unless they end up blocking the field goal and scoring a touchdown, that might be the only way New England comes back in this game. And just out of reach out of Cooper Kupp on that 3rd down throw. But again, pick 6, fumble for a touchdown, a blocked field goal, a blocked punt. New England is going to need something like that. And, it feels like right now watching this game, field goal is up and good. Myers 4 for 4, MVP of the Super Bowl so far, with him and Kenneth Walker III based on the best performance up to this point. But, New England, it feels like has a better chance of scoring on defense or special teams than offense, and that is not good. Great job there by Jason Myers. And I don't think we've ever had a kicker at MVP in the Super Bowl, but this might be the first. 12-0 Hawks. And normally when you're down 3-0, 6-0, 9-0, 12-0, you still feel confident, that you can come back and win. All it takes is a touchdown, and then you're right there. But the problem is New England can't even get fucking first downs. So, even though the score seems like it's kind of close, even though the score is 12-0, it kind of feels like it's 20-0 or even higher. But we'll see if New England can finally get some points on the board. I mean, even getting a field goal would be great for their confidence, but it feels like the body language of a lot of the players on the bench and in the game, they've already feel like they're defeated. 9:12 left in the 3rd quarter, 12-0 Seattle. Still waiting for that JSN touchdown. Hopefully we get it before the game is over. Kenneth Walker III has a pretty good chance of getting in the end zone himself as well. But really the story of the day, Seattle's defense, Kenneth Walker III rumbling and a bumbling, and we got a kicker with all the points in the Super Bowl in a defensive-oriented Super Bowl for the first time in a long time. 4 for 4, 12-0 Seattle. And again, there's no Seahawks fan that's going to be complaining if they only score field goals and they win this game 18-0 or 18-3. If it ends up being only field goals, a win is a win. And again, Myers has been very good in the playoffs. I don't know. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I think that the flow of this game is better than the New England win over the Rams. I think that's worse than this. Even though you ended up getting one touchdown in that game, and it was just field goals, and it ended up being low scoring. But to me, that was the worst Super Bowl that we've had in a long time. But again, we still got plenty of time to be able to get a touchdown, not by just one team, but both teams. And hopefully we end up getting. I would love for New England to get a touchdown and a field goal before this one's over. And I would love to be able to see Seattle score 1 or 2 touchdowns. Walker and JSN getting into the end zone would be fantastic. But, defenses still are pretty good at this point, even though they are starting to get a little gassed. I mean, we had more entertaining moments in this game than I feel, in that, Patriot Rams, Super Bowl, where you ended up having the big play to Gronk late, but it was not a whole lot of action in that game. Defenses were very strong in both of those in that game as well, but we'll see. Myers kicks off 61 yards. And again, we haven't had a big fumble or a big pick yet either. So every big play will be magnified here in the second half. Dearness Johnson, the backup running back there for the Pats, with a 28-yard return. First down and 10 at the New England 32. 9:12 left in the third quarter. Seattle in control, 12-0 on New England. Yeah, well, 90% of fans are offensive-minded, so... There we go, halfback toss to Travion Henderson, and that's the guy that you want to get the ball to. Not to say that you have to stop giving it to Ramondre Stevenson, but if you want to get back in the game, you get the ball to fucking Henderson. And there you go, nice 9-yard run, bouncing it to the outside, and that's what they need to continue to keep doing. Second down and 1 at the New England 41. That's going to be the guy that will open up the game for others like Henry and Diggs and Demario Douglas and the others to actually get the fucking ball. And even maybe running the ball with Drake May on a designed run at some point could actually be beneficial. You got to be able to look outside the box. May hands it off up the middle, and Travion Henderson stuffed up the middle, no gain. Thomas and DeMarcus Lawrence in his grill. Third down and 1 at the New England 41. And obviously, if you know you can't run up the middle, you got to keep bouncing it to the outside. Bounce it out to the left or bounce it out to the right. But you're not going to get a whole lot running up the middle on Seattle's D-line. Shotgun set. May going deep to Demario Douglas. Incomplete. That was a stupid-ass play call. Third down and 1, and you're going to throw like that? Go back to Travion Henderson. And again, if they're not going to be able to understand what they need to do to win this game, they're not going to score any fucking points. Terrible play call on third down and 1. You finally get 9 yards on first down, and then you end up getting nothing? Jesus Christ. Terrible. And another punt. How do you get fucking 9 yards on first down and then you can't get anything after? You have a better option with running with Drake May in his legs or giving it to Travion Henderson. Behringer with the punt. To me, it's not just execution. It's also play calling. McDaniels is getting outworked, in this game. And also he has to, make the adjustments, understanding on how dominant that Seattle defense is. I get it, but his play calling has been trash in this game. Has not been good, And the plays that he needs to run, he passes, and the passes that he is going for, they need to run. He's like doing the opposite. And again, I get it if you're ahead, and you can kind of play around a little bit, but you don't really have that luxury when you're down 12-0 and you have no points and you have a hard time even getting a fucking first down. Again, that was one of the worst drives I've seen this whole game. 9 fucking yards on first down, and you can't get a first down? 7:34 left in the third quarter. And again, both quarterbacks have missed some easy throws to their wide receivers, like May on that last throw, Darnold on the previous drive. I mean, if the throws were a little bit more accurate, we would definitely have a few more first downs that could have led to more points. But also, defenses have been pressured up the middle, and the quarterbacks are, playing a little bit, helter-skelter, and they're, having to kind of get rid of the football. And obviously Drake May is a lot more uncomfortable, than Sam Darnold at this point. But, even running a QB sneak, a tush push with May on 2nd and 1 or 3rd and 1, that would have got you a first down. And at this point, you got to not worry about getting a touchdown. You just got to be able to get a fucking first down, and then another first down, and then another first down, and then, start thinking field goal, and then maybe a touchdown. But it kind of feels like they're ass backwards right now. Like they're just trying to get the quick touchdown, and they're not able to get it. And then obviously the drives are stalling. They don't really have a very good game plan at this point. But again, we still got 7:34 left in the third quarter. We obviously have a whole fourth quarter, and hopefully McDaniels and the offense will be able to get something clicking, whether it be a Seahawk player falling down or, them winning the matchup on the offensive line for a play, but something needs to change. Super Bowl 60, 12-0 Seattle. Drake May is good, but he's not Tom Brady. And again, this may not be the last time that we see New England, in the Super Bowl. But definitely got to beef up that offensive line. There's no doubt about that. And I definitely want to be able to see both teams score touchdowns, if possible. I mean, hell, if we could get 2 touchdowns by both teams, before the game is over would be great. But it's still been a defensive war and a defensive battle. Bad Bunny outperformed the Patriots. Oh, man. Golly. Yikes. Oh, here we go. The first sack lunch for the Patriots. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. They got 3 on Drake May, and they finally got to Sam Darnold. Milton Williams, the defensive end there for the Patriots. And again, when you go play action, you got to get rid of the ball quickly, and hung on to the ball a little bit too long. Great job by Milton Williams. Loss of 8. There we go. That'll spark a little bit of momentum. But again, Seattle has been able to, move the football much easier than New England. But a great job there by Milton Williams. First positive thing for New England in quite some time. And Milton Williams got double teamed, and he said, "Get off me." Look at the speed. I mean, even Kenneth Walker III tried to chip him, and it still didn't work. Shotgun set, Darnold, short left to JSN, Jackson Smith-Njigba, 4-yard gain, 3rd down and 14 at the Seattle 14. JSN slow to get up. Hopefully he's not hurt. Shotgun set. Walker off the right guard. 6-yard gain. Tabai there, the linebacker for the Pats with the tackle. Great defense there by New England, starting it off with the sack lunch. 4th down and 8 at the Seattle 20, and Seattle will punt. And now, is this finally going to be the drive where New England gets a field goal or a touchdown? I sure as hell hope so. I mean, regardless if you love Seattle or hate Seattle, you love New England, you hate New England, no one wants to be at a 0 in a championship game, whether you're rooting for them or not. You want to make sure that, you have some kind of points on the board, not only for the New England fans, but just for the NFL fans in general, as well as this organization that's known for greatness with Brady, Gronk, Belichick, and more. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Ooh. Illegal block above the waist on New England. Nice spin move. Hit him with the spin cycle to avoid that first tackle. Dixon kicks it there. 47 yards, but you got a 10-yard penalty. Illegal block above the waist. All right, Drake May. All right, I got to throw a Drake May photo up. Maybe that's why he hasn't done anything yet. All right, let's get at least one Drake May photo up, and hopefully something good will happen. They definitely missed an opportunity to be able to do this, to be able to have them wear these uniforms and then to have Seattle wear their throwbacks. But that's not something that usually happens. I love these old school unis from the 80s and 90s. Those are so fire. Throwback logo. And then obviously going with the throwback here. Man, how electric would have that been? Obviously very unconventional to have like a red and a blue, because obviously it's usually one team is wearing white. But, you know, if they made the exception, gosh, that would have been so amazing to see on the field. Yeah, and again, as you know, that's how it goes. Sometimes when you end up getting down, they just throw the ball and the running game it ends up being obsolete. And then obviously in the NBA, like you said, depending on how much a team is down, instead of attacking the rim, and, trying to draw fouls and go to the line and trying to kind of methodically come back, again, they just usually get lazy, don't play defense, and then, chuck up a bunch of threes and thinking that that's going to be the way that you're going to come back and win. And, it's just kind of the beast of the game. It's just, you would think that certain teams would learn after, over time, but JSN in the medical tent, hopefully he's okay. Uh-oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for another sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Byron Murphy the second with a big sack lunch on Drake May. And that's a loss of 2, second down and 12 at the New England 25. And again, I don't think I've seen a Super Bowl that's had such dominant defense by both teams at this point. New England hasn't given up a touchdown. Yeah, they've given up 4 field goals, but they haven't given up a touchdown. And, they're still in it, so to speak. It's not over. They scored 2 touchdowns, they win. But again, they're just having a hard time even getting first downs at the moment. Seattle looks prepared. New England looks nervous, like that they're there. Shotgun set. May, short right to Mac Hollins, who's been a good player for New England during the regular season. Third down and 4 at the New England 33. Most times sacked in one postseason ties Joe Burrow for 19. Ay. And you already know what New England will be looking at in the offseason as they go into the draft. O-line, and some more O-line. And if they can improve their O-line from being one of the worst to middle of the pack like Seattle, New England will be in the Super Bowl again sooner than later, and maybe they'll end up winning down the road. Shotgun set, May, short right to Kayshon Boutte, and complete. Just nothing there. And that's going to be 4th down and 4 at the New England 33. And, one thing that's kind of a head scratcher too, why are they not going to Diggs? Like, why aren't you just doing something like short to Diggs to kind of get him going? He's one of your best players on your team. And, again, everything is harder at this point. And again, you got to give Seattle's defense a hell of a lot of credit to make, Josh McDaniels and Drake May this uncomfortable. I haven't seen, this combo of McDaniels and May this uncomfortable all year. And it shows. Rashid Shaheed with the fair catch. And Behringer with the 46-yard punt. 1st down and 10 at the Seattle 21. All right, we'll see what Sam Darnold can do here. Will we get another field goal by Jason Myers to make it 15-0? Are we finally going to end up getting a touchdown from Darnold to JSN? Or possibly Kenneth Walker III? We will find out. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. And 5 to 15 subs. Let's get it, baby. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. All right, we're at 44 likes, 6 more to 50. Let's get there, baby. Yeah, but definitely, we still got 3:38 in a 4th quarter, but it definitely is kind of, trending to be one of the more underwhelming, Super Bowls. Obviously Seahawks fans are not going to care, if they end up, winning 3-0 in the Super Bowl as long as they win. But as far as outsiders looking at this game, definitely kind of similar to that New England Rams, Super Bowl where Gronk got the catch late in the game and it was very, very low scoring. And I think that was probably one of the more, lackluster, Super Bowls. But again, I think Seattle's offense, based on how they're playing, it feels like they're going to get a touchdown. I don't know if they can get 2, but it feels like they can get at least 1. And remember, both of these defenses are good enough to score touchdowns also, even though they haven't done it yet. But, the sacks are starting to come alive, but, we still haven't seen that big pick, that big fumble. And obviously when that happens, it's going to be magnified. Appreciate that. Some people obviously are at Super Bowl parties. So we obviously have some regulars that normally would be in the room, but they're at, Super Bowl parties, maybe not on their phone, maybe not in front of a computer or tablet. Or if they are, they're just talking with other individuals and whatnot. So 3:38 left here in the 3rd quarter, 12-0 Seattle. And if you're looking at MVP so far, it's got to be Jason Myers with the 4 field goals and then Kenneth Walker III. But if someone can get into the end zone, like Kenneth Walker III off a long touchdown, even though Myers would be probably just as deserving, if not more, since he has all the points, they typically would give it to the running back rather than the kicker. Walker up the middle, loss of 2. Jennings and Taylor for the Patriots with the tackle. So JSN back into the locker room. That's not good. For all those people that bet the Seahawks were going to win and JSN's going to get a touchdown, well, hopefully he comes back. Shotgun set. Darnold, short middle to Cooper Kupp, and complete. But again, if JSN is out for the rest of the game, it's not like they don't have other guys that can step up and score. Kenneth Walker III, Cooper Kupp, hell, you could even put in Jake Bobo, and he could get a touchdown for you. And obviously A.J. Barner would be the sleeper, because obviously they went to him early in the game, and I don't think New England really has an answer for him. So again, later in the game, if you end up needing a clutch first down or a touchdown, that could be the guy that could get it. I mean, that's where I would be going with the football. 3rd down and 12 at the Seattle 19. 2:52 left in the third quarter, 12-0 Hawks. Shotgun set. And a little check down to Cooper Kupp. Nice 8-yard gain. Hawkins there with the tackle. And that's going to be 4th down and 4 at the Seattle 27. And New England with another defensive stop. And again, you got to give them credit. They're down 12-0. They can't get first downs. They can't get touchdowns. But they're not allowing Seattle to score, touchdowns. It's only field goals or punts. So, even though they've been dominated in this game, if they could end up winning the fourth quarter and scoring twice, essentially holding Seattle to nothing, they could win. Now, will that happen? Probably not, but again, they're still quote unquote in it, even though the score is 12-0 and even though it feels like it's 24-0 at the moment. Dixon with the punt, 46 yards, and down by Pritchett by the Hawks. And that's going to be 1st down and 10 at the New England 27. I appreciate that. Yes. It's one of the best drafts Seattle has had in the last 20 years. There's just no doubt about it. When you look at it, they addressed the O-line. And again, it's kind of like the Buccaneers. When we ended up going to the Super Bowl, we got Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield Jr. And obviously with Zabel and Emanwari, it feels like the same vibe. It feels like if you go for an offensive lineman and you end up getting a safety and they end up panning out, sometimes that ends up being a huge difference on either winning or not winning. Very similar, to what the Buccaneers did at that time when we won. Shotgun set, Travion Henderson up the middle for a 3-yard gain. 2nd down and 7 at the New England 30. DeMarcus Lawrence, the former Cowboy, with the tackle. Never seen a shutout in the Super Bowl, but again, we're getting very close to that actually happening. Shotgun set. May scrambling for his life. And May escaping and going out of bounds. And you finally get a penalty on the Hawks on Witherspoon with defensive holding. And after that 4-yard run, Ernest Jones a 4th there with the tackle, but defensive holding. 1st down, Patriots. And, finally the Patriots are getting a little bit of help. Not by necessarily the referees, but just by the penalty itself. And again, big 1st down there for New England. I mean, you got to take anything at this point as a positive. And there was no real need by Witherspoon to do that, but, And let's see if New England can capitalize off the penalty and get a little bit, of a cushion at this point, yardage-wise. So that way 3rd down ends up being 3rd down and short rather than 3rd down and long. Play action. May gets hit from behind and out of bounds and complete. Short right to Austin Hooper. But again, I don't like the play calling for New England in this game. They're not giving the ball to Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson, whether it be screen passes or outside halfback tosses. That's what's going to get you yards. There's just way too many passing plays by Drake May. And again, when you have one of the, worst offensive lines in pass protection, why are you doing, what's not going to suit you? You got to be able to do the thing that's going to help you move the ball. And that's getting the ball into your running back's hands, whether it be in the passing game or in the running game. Shotgun set, May, short right to Travion Henderson in the flat. 5-yard gain. I mean, that's really the only way they're getting anything at this point. 3rd down and 5 at the New England 44. I mean, if you're not going to be able to get to the ball to Diggs on a play that's going to take 5 seconds to develop with DeMario Douglas and a lot of these other guys on the team, then you need to be able to go to Travion Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson, Hunter Henry, and, those little 5 to 6 yard plays. Again, it's not a lot, but if you can keep moving the chains, eventually something good will happen. But This play calling by Josh McDaniels is just very baffling. May, he's sacked. Fumbles. Recovered by the Hawks. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. And that's the big turnover that we were waiting for. And Seattle capitalizes. Wow. Derek Hall. Wow. Derek Hall. Byron Murphy with the recovery. And again, every big turnover is going to be magnified. And Seattle showing that they are the better team in the Super Bowl. They were the best team late in the regular season. They were the best team going into the playoffs. They were the best team in the playoffs. And they are definitely the best team in the Super Bowl. Sometimes it's just fucking destiny. But again, if you go back and look at their team last year and the year before, they were terrible on the O-line. They weren't very good on defense. But you got a new coach. You upgraded the O-line, upgraded the defense. And then look what you have now. And again, this is New England isn't this bad. Right? They're not a zero bad, type of team, but the play calling hasn't helped them at all. Sam Darnold, short right to A.J. Barner. There you go. 11-yard pass. First down, Hawks. And that's going to be the end of the third quarter. 12-0 Patriots. And in just a couple plays in the fourth quarter, it's going to end up being 15-0 or possibly 19-0. And again, if New England is going to be playing like they did in the third quarter, they are going to finish with a 0, and they're going to be known as the first team in Super Bowl history that got a 0. And again, that's not what you want if you're an NFL fan watching this game. Unless you're, a Hawk fan, you're loving it. End of the third quarter, 12-0 Seattle. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. And 5 to 15 subs. And even if we don't get JSN to come back in the game and he ends up having a concussion, they don't even need him. And again, that shows you how good Seattle is. They don't even need the number one receiver in the game, not only on the Hawks, but in general, to win this game. That is wild to say. Go Hawks. And hopefully this will carry over to the Mariners. That's what I'm really hoping. Not only, we got, to be one of the last 3 teams with the Blue Jays and the Dodgers, but, adding Brendan Donovan and, kind of trying to beef up our team, going into the new season. This could definitely be a springboard type of thing for the Pacific Northwest and the city. Myers would have the Super Bowl record if he gets one more. Yeah, and then obviously you can. I would assume we've never had a kicker get MVP, right? But if he ends up kicking 2 more field goals or even 1 more field goal and Seattle wins 15-0, 18-0, even though Kenneth Walker III has had some really nice runs, you can't give Walker the MVP over the kicker if the kicker has scored all your points. I know it's one of those things, where drafting an O-lineman, it's not sexy. Giving the MVP to a kicker may not be sexy, but he's the reason why you're up 12-0 and potentially 15-0 unless they end up getting a touchdown here momentarily. And even though it's been so lopsided, I think this has been a little bit more entertaining than the Patriot-Rams Super Bowl. That was very low scoring as well, but I hope for Patriots fans and their mental health, whether it's Judah or Britt or, any of these, die-hard Patriot fans, I hope that you guys can get at least a field goal before this one is over because, regardless if you love the Patriots or hate the Patriots, I don't know if anyone really deserves to be at a 0 in the Super Bowl. But, again, sometimes you have to get beat to realize what you need to do to be able to get better. And again, obviously drafting offensive linemen that can pass protect is going to be the number one priority for New England moving forward. Voting is open, and really the only 2 options for voting right now is Jason Myers 1, Kenneth Walker III 2. I think there's no other player that you can put in the running for the MVP. One guy's got all the points, 4 for 4 for field goals, and the other has got over 100 yards combined, with rushing and with receiving. So, this is as dominant as Seattle has looked all year. They looked prepared. New England looked scared. Handoff to Kenneth Walker III. 1 yard gain. Jack Gibbons there with another tackle for the Patriots. 2nd down and 9 at the New England 25. Second Super Bowl with 0 TDs in the first 3 quarters with the Patriots and the Rams, which we just talked about. Sam Darnold going deep to Cooper Kupp and complete. 3rd down and 9 at the New England 25. And obviously having JSN in the game would be nice. So that way, you know, you have Kupp on one side, JSN on the other. But again, you got AJ Barner and a few of these other guys that, you know, can make some plays. I mean, put Jake Bobo in the fucking game. Darnold, short left to Cooper Kupp. 9-yard pass. 1st down, Hawks. So I guess that would be the other guy that would be in the running for the MVP. Jason Myers 1, Kenneth Walker the 3rd, 2nd, and then Cooper Kupp 3rd, you know, based on what he's been able to do in this game. And obviously if someone can get a touchdown, that'll help. But I think if the player gets a touchdown compared to a guy that has 4 or 5 field goals, you know, even though it's not maybe the sexy thing to do, you know, Myers getting the MVP, you know, would be the right choice. But, you know, even though we haven't really seen a kicker get MVP before. But great job there by Darnold to Cooper Kupp. Christian Gonzalez with the tackle. And now it's 1st down and 10 at the New England 16. Hybrid in the building. What's good? There we go. Darnold, AJ Barner, like I called it. Touchdown, Hawks. There it is. There we go. This one is over. Nice job by Darnold to AJ Barner. And, you know, he might be a guy that's not that popular, but that's something that no one can ever take away from him. You know, he might be that 3rd, 4th option for Seattle, but again, that's exactly where you want to go. They don't assume you're going to go to him. And AJ Barner, a couple catches in the 1st quarter, gets behind the defense here, and a big 16-yard touchdown pass. 18-0 Seattle. Extra point is up and good. 19-0 Hawks. Let's go. I mean, you know, their defense looked pretty damn good against the Texans. They made C.J. Stroud look like a backup quarterback. So, you know, it's just, you know, you get one team that is prepared, that is built a little bit better. And remember, Seattle's 3 losses were a combined 9 points, 4 points, 3 points, and 2 points. New England can't say that in their 3 losses, right? 4 points to the Niners in week 1. 3 points to the Buccaneers in week 5, and 2 points to the Rams in week 11. So again, I mean, when's the last time we've seen a team that has only 3 losses that lost by a combined 9, under 10? That's wild. So again, there is a reason why Seattle was favored in the Super Bowl, and they're showing that they are the best team in the NFL. Unbelievable. 13:24 left in the 4th quarter, 19-0 Hawks. And let's hopefully this will carry over to the Mariners next year. Let's go. Trident's up. Yeah, first game of the regular season, I believe, right? Patriots lost to the Raiders. So, but again, you know, based on what they did week 1 and losing, and then, you know, they got better as the year went along, you know, but yeah. But Seattle also lost to the Niners week 1 too. So, you know, sometimes when you lose week 1, you don't really know your identity at that point, you know, and you know, anybody can beat anyone on any given Sunday, Monday, or Thursday, especially in week 1 of the regular season. So, but this is as lopsided as it gets. I mean, even though the score is 19-0, fuck, it feels like it's 38-0. And again, somebody needs to go check up on any New England Patriot fans. Make sure they're still doing all right. But I hope this carries over for the Mariner fan base. And again, You know, a lot of times when a city ends up winning something big like a championship, it sometimes trickles over to other teams in the city. And Seahawks are going to win the Super Bowl. I hope that will, rub off a little bit of good luck for the Mariners going to the World Series. And hopefully we play the Dodgers and we beat them. Yeah. Well, you know, the whole narrative is Pete Carroll wanted Russell Wilson to be MVP, not Marshawn Lynch. So, and again, we don't know for sure if Marshawn would have scored running the ball, but definitely that would have been more of a, realistic choice, instead of going for that play. But on the flip side, right, if Russell Wilson makes that throw and then they end up getting the touchdown, then Pete Carroll is going to be deemed a genius, right? Oh, we had Marshawn, but we threw it and we got it and we won. So again, it's kind of a catch-22. If they end up making it and they end up scoring the touchdown, then Pete Carroll has looked completely differently, than what he was looked at after that was picked off by Malcolm Butler, right? So that's sports for you. Jason Meyer, 65-yard kick, and that's going to be a touchback for New England. First down and 10 at the New England 35. Yeah. Well, when you go against the 85 Bears, Richard Dent, Mike Singletary, Jim McMahon, Refrigerator Perry. I mean, the 85 Bears are one of the best teams ever, not just that year, ever. I mean, that's why they always talk about 85 Bears, 4-6 defense, right? The 2000 Ravens with Ray Lewis and the 2002 Buccaneers, and then obviously after that, Legion of Boom, and then a few other amazing defenses. But 85 Bears is one of the top 3 defenses of all time. Drake May scrambling to the right side, running for his life, and tiptoeing towards the sideline, getting 6 yards. Drake Thomas with the coverage. Second down and 4 at the New England 41. Come on, New England. Get at least a field goal. Get at least a touchdown. I mean, the best case scenario for New England at this point is 10 points. A field goal and a touchdown, but with 13:23 left, I don't know if that's possible. Maybe getting one score, might be more realistic, but we got a streaker. Streaker on the field. Streaker was running out of time after his bet, on DraftKings or whatever, betting website that he put on there, which we did have a guy that did that a few years ago. He bet on himself, got fined, went to jail, but ended up winning like 50 grand if they ended up paying him out. Late hit on Diggs out of bounds. And then obviously frustration building a little bit over there. Yeah. And Job even throwing a punch there late. Job should be ejected. And now it definitely should have been a penalty on Seattle there, and Job should be ejected. Or at least penalized. The first one was kind of more to the helmet, but then after that, as the play ended up going, it turned into a punch, but, I mean, we've never had a team get a 0 in the Super Bowl. But it shows you O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling is more important than quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Everyone wants to focus, on the skill position players, but really it comes down to the line of scrimmage, and you got to be able to pass block, run block, and play some great defense. And, it took all the way to the fourth quarter, for A.J. Barner to get that touchdown. But this won't be the last time that we see New England in a Super Bowl, especially if they beef up the O-line and draft well in that position. And they also need a true number 1 receiver on that team as well, someone better than Diggs. Shotgun set, May going deep to Mac Hollins. It's caught. Woolen and Mafe there with the coverage. Finally, a deep pass there for Drake May. First down, Patriots. Move the chains. We haven't said that often. There we go. We'll give Drake May a little love there. Maybe if they wore these jerseys, they wouldn't be at 0. Hollins, touchdown, Patriots. There we go. Finally, on kind of a fluke play from Drake May to Mac Hollins, 35-yard touchdown pass caught the secondary off guard for Seattle, and we finally got touchdowns. I had a feeling we would. And what the hell is Tariq Woolen doing? Unacceptable. Cut that man. Extra point is up by Borregales, and it's good. 19-7 Seahawks. Now, with the flow of scoring, A.J. Barner and Mac Hollins, maybe these won't be the only touchdowns we get in the fourth quarter. Seattle could end up getting close to 30, and hopefully New England will get close to 15 before this one is all said and done. You know, so that way it doesn't look as ugly on the scoreboard at the end of the night. Here we go. I mean, it took us to the fourth quarter, but again, it shows you if you have elite defense on both sides, you know, sometimes it takes all the way to the fourth quarter and guys getting fatigued, or out of position there like Tariq Woolen. And again, if it was anybody but him, you know, maybe that doesn't end up being a touchdown. But with all that being said, great pass by Drake May, great catch by Mac Hollins, and Mac has been great for them. You know, comes into the building, you know, barefoot. He definitely is a different type of animal, you know, at wide receiver. Definitely not recognized as maybe the best on the team, but can come up with big plays, and no one will be able to take away that touchdown from him in the Super Bowl. 12:27 left in the fourth quarter, 19-7 Seattle. And after those two touchdowns by Barner and Hollins, I think we can all agree that this is going to be better than that New England Rams Super Bowl that was very, very low scoring, that ended up being, you know, underwhelming. You had the Sony Michel late touchdown and that Gronk big catch late in the game, but I don't think that this will be the final score. I still think that there will be more points to be scored, hopefully by both teams. You know, and nobody wants to see a 0. I mean, even if you hate the Patriots, I don't want to see a 0 in the Super Bowl. So thank God they actually got at least something on the board. I mean, even 3 would have been nice, but a touchdown, it makes you feel a little bit better overall, you know, based on what's happened up to this point. We'll give the Drake May a little love, and let's get some Mac Hollins love. Get A.J. Barner some love as well. May to Mac Hollins, and let's get a little A.J. Barner love too. Nice job, Mac. Great job. And great job by A.J. Barner. 10 for 20, 119 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks, but sacked 5 times. My goodness. And a fumble loss. Not ideal. 17 for 34, 188 yards, 1 touchdown, no picks, sacked only once. And Brooks actually messaged me, you know, earlier this morning, you know, and they were talking about betting and whatnot. And, you know, he had Seahawks winning and, you know, JSN scoring a touchdown. But I told him, you know, if Christian Gonzalez, you know, kind of covers him around the field, you know, there is a chance that JSN gets yards, but he may not get in the end zone. And it kind of looks like JSN may have a concussion, so I don't think that we're going to see JSN back in the game. And that's why when you end up betting on certain things, you got to be able to know, you know, who's guarding who's playing who. And we know that JSN is the best receiver in the game, but I kind of had a feeling that there would be a chance where he might, you know, not get in the end zone. And I didn't think that he would get a concussion, but, you know, sometimes that's how it goes. And Borregales with a 54-yard kick, 20-yard return by Rashid Shaheed. First down and 10 at the Seattle 31. Yeah, I mean, they should have been penalized and stuff. But again, if there is one secondary member that's out of position more times than not, who is it? It's Reek Woolen, So, for him to be the guy that got burnt on that play, he got caught with the stutter step and then ended up getting behind, a couple steps on Matt Collins. I mean, that's on him. Man in motion. Darnold. Bootleg. There's Rashid Shaheed. Nice catch. 11-yard pass from Darnold to Rashid Shaheed. First down, Hawks. Move the chains. First down and 10 at the Seattle 42. And there's JSN. He's back. Yes. So we still have a chance for a JSN touchdown. Here we go. They said, oh, you got a concussion? Fuck it. Get back in there. 12 minutes left in the Super Bowl. Glad JSN is back out there. Hopefully he's not concussed and he's trying to play through it. But again, we have seen the NFL do that, though. And players act like they're okay when they're not. Handoff to Kenneth Walker III. And a loss of 1. Second down and 11 at the Seattle 41. Yeah, Gonzalez is one of the best corners in the game. Great height, great length, great football IQ, and JSN, one of the best wide receivers in the game. And, who would have thought you get rid of, DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, and then it opened up the door for JSN not only to be the best receiver on the team, but to be the best receiver in the NFL. Pretty wild. But obviously, if Sam Darnold didn't play well this year, then we're not talking about JSN. Darnold on second down and 11. Pressured and throws it away. Incomplete. Third down and 11 at the Seattle 41. Yeah, and it's always, the second guy, that gets caught, right? Sometimes someone does something and the cameras don't pick it up, and then a couple plays later, the other guy ends up, being on camera or in front of the ref. So, shotgun set. Darnold going deep to Rashid Shaheed. Incomplete. Fourth down and 11 at the Seattle 41. And again, if you're up, why are you throwing the ball? Run the ball with Kenneth Walker III, right? You want to bleed the clock out. You're not wanting to stop the clock with all of these, wild throws by Seattle. I know you're going for the jugular, with Rashid Shaheed deep, but again, when you're up 19-7 and they just scored a touchdown, do you really want them to score another one and have it be 19-14, with like 7 minutes to go? Play calling could have been much better there. I don't like the Hawks trying to go for the jugular. Michael in the building, what's good? And again, if New England can score another touchdown to make it 19-14, then we really have something cooking. Dixon punts 55 yards. And normally, teams that are great, and they have a lead in the second half, they run the ball. And you can't run it every fucking play. I get that, but there's certain situations, where it would have been better off running the football. But a great punt there down at the 4. Again, the special teams for Seattle has been magnificent. Dixon and Myers have been MVP worthy. Wow. Great special teams by Seattle today. Being able to, get New England backed up in their own end zone, not once, not twice, 3 times, many, many times in this game. Beautiful. All right. And obviously, if they're going to pick on someone, the individual to pick on would be Reek Woolen. So we'll see if they go that route. Shotgun set. May going deep to Austin Hooper. Incomplete. Second down and 10 at the New England 4. But at least we have somewhat of a game now. Definitely, not the greatest first 3 quarters of the Super Bowl, but it definitely looks like there's going to be some excitement here in the 4th. Shotgun set. May going short left to Ramondre Stevenson. Haven't called that name in ages. 13-yard pass by May to Stevenson. First down, New England. Move the chains. First down and 10 at the New England 17. And they're going, little screen passes here and there. Nice hurdle there by Ramondre at the end of the play. And again, screen pass to Ramondre, screen pass to Travion Henderson. That can work. Job with the coverage. We got about 10 minutes left. 19-7, Hawks. Shotgun set. May going deep to Mac Hollins. Incomplete. Kobe Bryant with the coverage. Second down and 10 at the New England 17. May's getting desperate, throwing to Mac Hollins in triple coverage. My God. I mean, that's not Megatron down there. Does he know that? That's not Randy Moss. That's not Calvin Johnson. But Mac does have the ability to win one-on-one, but maybe not one-on-two or one-on-three. And New England's lucky that wasn't intercepted there by Kobe Bryant. Shotgun set. May. Short left to Hunter Henry. Haven't called that name at all. 4-yard gain. Emanwari with the sprained ankle, but obviously hasn't really been targeted too much today. Great to see Nick out there. Third down and 6 at the New England 21. Finally getting a little bit of life in this fucking Super Bowl in the fourth quarter. Shotgun set. May scrambling up the middle. Go, go, go. And Reek Woolen finally catches up to him. First down, Patriots. And like I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, both of these quarterbacks may need to run, for about 30, 40 yards to help their team get some, extended drives and first downs. And finally, we see May take off. He's got some speed, faster than Darnold and smart enough to slide, even though he is a young player. Great job by Drake May. Got about 9 minutes left. And Patriots got a little bit of momentum in the game for the first time in the game. No huddle, shotgun set. May, short left to Kyle Williams, the burner. And that's a 7-yard pass from May to Williams. We call him his name for the first time here tonight in the Super Bowl. Job with the coverage for Seattle. Second down and 3 at the New England 44. Shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. Shotgun set. May going deep. Intercepted. Oh my. Go, go, go. Go Seattle. Yes. Love with the pick. And when you make too many mistakes, it's going to cost you. And again, Drake May got a little bit greedy there. Great play there by Julian Love, the safety, with a great return. And the chance of the comeback for the Patriots just ended, realistically. 36-yard return there by Julian Love, and Drake should have known better. No miscommunication by the receiver downfield. Kyle Williams was the intended receiver. We'll see if we get the exclamation point here by Seattle on this drive. Two turnovers for New England, 0 for Seattle. And it's been amazing to see the growth of how Seattle looked last year and into this year. And again, it started with the draft. Kenneth Walker III. Oh my God. Wow, what a run. Shot out like a cannon. 14-yard run on the outside. Kenneth Walker III is like, fuck, give me the ball. I want an MVP. Wow. Great speed there here in the fourth quarter. 144 total yards. And New England didn't give up a 100-yard rusher for a majority of the whole regular season. Walker again towards the right side. And another big 10-yard gain. Woodson and Hawkins for the Patriots with the tackle. First down and 10 at the New England 14. Uh-oh. It's like if you give Kenneth Walker III the ball the rest of the way, he might just punch it in. Just like Le'Veon Bell. Patience is key, man. And not very many running backs have that kind of patience. But you can only run with patience when you have a good offensive line. Because if you start to stutter step and just kind of bounce around, you're going to get fucking drilled if your O-line stinks. So obviously they have a good O-line, and obviously he's able to do that. Man in motion, hand off to Kenneth Walker III, bouncing it to the outside. 2-yard gain. Harold Landry III, the linebacker for the Patriots, with the tackle. 2nd down and 8 at the New England 12. 7 minutes to go before we crown Seattle Super Bowl champions. Let's see if they can punch in one more touchdown here before this is over. Yeah, look at the yards and the touches versus the Niners, the yards and the touches versus the Rams, and what we're able to get here. Hand off to Kenneth Walker III. Off that right end, 1-yard gain. Carlton Davis III, the former Buccaneer corner, with the tackle. 3rd down and 7 at the New England 11. And again, if there is a moment where you're hoping for a JSN touchdown, it's right here, this play. You know, if they decide not to run it, you know, with Kenneth Walker III or with Helani or with Sam Darnold himself. This would be the one last opportunity, you know, if you got a JSN, you know, hunch, you know, let's see if they try to get him the ball here. But again, if Gonzalez is on him, you don't want to risk an interception. So kind of depends on the coverage as well. Shotgun set, Darnold, JSN, but only 3 yards. Jones with the coverage. 4th down and 4 at the New England 8. I guess they were thinking what I was thinking, but just not enough there. Timeout, New England. And now at 4th down and 4, bring out Jason Myers and let's break a record, huh? 5 field goals for Jason Myers. And, you know, there's no reason to go for it at this point. You know, you want to make sure you get over 20 points. And 22-7 looks pretty damn good. And the real question going forward, you know, with Kubiak going to the Raiders, who's going to be the OC for Seattle next year? That'll be an interesting situation for them after winning the Lombardi. Well, I mean, if you're looking at who deserves it, you know, who's scored the most, kick is up, and it's good. But I don't think we've ever had a field goal kicker as MVP. But, I mean, who's the most deserving? Jason Myers 1, Kenneth Walker III 2, Cooper Kupp 3, right? Those are the guys that are probably the most worthy or deserving based on the game today, you know. But, again, you know, sometimes, you know, records need to be broken, you know, and history repeats itself, you know, but I think it would be kind of cool to have a kicker get MVP, you know. You know, special teams always gets overlooked, and honestly, you know, the punter as well has been fantastic. I mean, special teams has definitely won the game for Seattle with their kicker and their punter today. I mean, if it's not official, it's 99.99999. He's going to the Raiders. Yeah, he's not staying. So. I mean, he can draft Fernando Mendoza, have Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers, but you need more help on the O-line than Colton Miller. And you got Max Crosby, but who knows? Maybe Max Crosby goes to another team. So obviously defense is the problem for the Raiders. But again, we will see, you know, what happens with Seattle, you know, moving forward. Because obviously, you know, to get a OC that's calling plays like Kubiak this year, you're probably not going to get a guy, you know, on that level, you know, based on a lot of the hires that have happened already. But, you know, we'll find out. Field goal is good by Jason Myers, and this might be the first time that we actually have a kicker that is going to get MVP in the Super Bowl. Unbelievable. 5:35 left in the fourth quarter. It's been an ass whooping from the very start. 22-7 Seattle. Like, sub, donate, comment, share. If you haven't smashed that like button yet, please do. Help us get to 100 likes, 100 on that dono train. And 5 to 15 subs. Let's get it, baby. Obviously, a little boring for offensive-minded fans in the first 3 quarters, but they definitely started to put on a little bit of a show in the fourth quarter, thank God. But again, it's been all Hawks from the very start. Yeah, so the Raiders have agreed to terms. So the official announcement is going to be after the Super Bowl is over. So shout out to my boy Brooks Beats with the best beats on YouTube. 5:35 to go here in the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 60. Seahawks 22, Patriots 7. Robert Kraft yawning already. Well, we'll have to make sure he doesn't visit any massage parlors in California. They knew who you are, my guy. Massage parlors are closed on Sundays, my guy. Whoa, there we go. Nice return there by Travion Henderson. Bouncing it to the outside. Tiptoeing on the sideline. 39-yard return. First down and 10 at the New England 38. And you got 5 minutes and some change for Drake May to get one more touchdown or at least a field goal to be able to make it a little bit closer here. Shotgun set. May. Uh-oh. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Byron Murphy, the second, with his second sack lunch of the game. And Drake May gets sacked again. Second down and 14 at the New England 34. My goodness. Defense wins games. Defense wins championships, don't you think? Six sacks for Seattle, one for New England. That's the difference. Trips left, Drake May. Check down, Ramondre Stevenson. 6-yard gain. Third down and 8 at the New England 40. Yeah, and I hope they give the MVP to Jason Myers. You know, he's the one that deserves it. You know, if they give it to A.J. Barner or Sam Darnold or Kenneth Walker III, I mean, Kenneth obviously would be second most deserving based on how he's played today. But, you know, he hasn't scored a touchdown, and Myers has put up all the points except for the A.J. Barner 6. So, you know, if we're really being honest about it, you know, Jason Myers deserves MVP. May, short left, Hunter Henry, nice catch. First down, Patriots, move the chains. First down and 10 at the Seattle 44. Shotgun set. Seattle bringing a blitz again. Ball comes loose. Oh, he's going to score. He's going to score. Go, go, go. Touchdown, Hawks. Insult to injury. Wow. And when you blitz and you're good at it, that's the type of shit that happens. Wow. What an incredible performance by the defense here. And you know I'm a defensive guy. Unbelievable. Wow. That was fucking incredible. Oh my. That was insane. What speed. Drake May sacked. Devin Witherspoon recovered. Nwosu, touchdown, Hawks. Extra point is up and good. And this is kind of looking like that Seattle Super Bowl versus the Denver Broncos. Absolute domination. And they get their revenge on Malcolm Butler and the New England Patriots from a few years back. My goodness. I mean, in the first 3 quarters, we didn't know if anyone would even get to fucking 20. And now Seahawks are 1 point away from hitting 30. Wow. And again, you know, it's all about defensive scheme. You know, bringing blitzes late, bringing blitzes from the corner, the safety, from the linebacker position. And look at this blitz by Witherspoon. And then Nwosu is right there, right next to him. Corner blitz, Drake May doesn't see it till it's too late, gets popped. Nwosu is there, says thank you very much. And I'm going to go to the 30, the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Seattle. 7 sacks, ties a Super Bowl record. 3 takeaways. Unbelievable. I mean, I had some good memories with 3 pick sixes against the Raiders and scoring more points on defense than the Raiders did on offense, you know, back in 2002. But wow, I mean, we have the 85 Bears, we have the 2000 Ravens, 2002 Buccaneers, the Legion of Boom, and this defense here, my goodness. And there's going to be some conversation with the Legion of Boom team and then this team. You know, obviously that Legion of Boom team got a lot of the love over the years, but after watching this Super Bowl, my goodness, incredible. And that's the type of play that the Patriots needed. You know, they needed the pick six, the fumble for the touchdown, you know, the special teams touchdown, but Seattle just fucking pouring it on. That's a good question. I mean, Philadelphia's team last year was really good too, right? You know, Saquon Barkley was the best running back in the game. Jalen Hurts was unstoppable. You know, they had a great defense as well, you know, but Seahawks defense looks a little bit more impressive than the Phillies defense from last year, in my opinion. You know, Seattle's performance in this Super Bowl defensively was better than Phillies last year, you know, but obviously the offense was more explosive and whatnot, you know, but I think overall, you know, whether people want to admit it or not, Seattle and their 3 losses were by 4, 3, and 2. You can't say that about Philadelphia last year, and they were dominant last year. But to me, this Seattle team was better than Philly's teams last year. And Philly's team last year was amazing. Don't get me wrong. But if you go and look at their losses, they didn't have 3 combined losses by 9 points total like Seattle did this year. And not only were they the best team late in the regular season, Seattle, the best team going into the playoffs, Seattle, the best team in the playoffs, Seattle, and the best team in the Super Bowl. So again, Philly, you know, was fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but this was a little bit more eye-opening to me. So Sarah with a 5er, Reflect with a 5er. I mean, Philadelphia's offense was better than Seattle's offense, but Seattle's defense was more impressive this year than Philly's defense. I think that's a fair statement. 8-yard pass there from May to Demario Douglas. 2nd down and 2 at the Seattle 46. Appreciate you. $5 holla. Reflect with a $5 holla. Appreciate the 2 of you. You know, but with the tush push and everything that they had going on with Saquon last year, you know, their offense might have been, you know, a little bit more impressive, but man, defense wins games, defense wins championships. And when you can do it in a magnificent way with some style points, you know, and getting a defensive touchdown, you know, I would know, you know, the Buccaneers had 3 pick sixes for touchdowns, you know, and against the Raiders in 2002. So, you know, Dwight Smith with 2 and Derek Brooks with 1. And again, it's not easy to score defensive touchdowns in the Super Bowl. 1st down and 10. And May sliding in there after the Austin Hooper 5-yard pass. And insult to injury, Garrett Bradbury, the center, getting caught with a holding penalty. 1st down and 10 turns into 1st down and 20 at the New England 49. I got you. I mean, this has been the most clean Super Bowl by a team that I've seen in a long time. Not a whole lot of penalties, you know, very tenacious, you know, on defense, and finally was able to get points on the defensive side. I mean, it's, you know, a pure team effort. I mean, we really haven't seen a team as dominant as this Seahawks team in 2025, 2026 in a minute. You know, I don't remember the last time a team that had 3 losses for a combined 9. You know, there's a lot of teams that end up losing a game by 10 or more, and their combined losses were by 9 total in 3 games. 4 by the Niners in week 1, 3 by the Buccaneers in week 5, and 2 by the Rams in week 11. I mean, there is a reason why this team is winning the Super Bowl. I mean, they have just been lights out from the beginning of the year all the way to the end, even though they ended up dropping week 1 to the Niners. 7-yard pass by May to Stevenson, 2nd down and 13 at the Seattle 44. Shotgun set on 2nd down and 13. May, little check down. Hunter Henry is there, fighting for the 1st down, going in the wrong direction. 11-yard pass. Witherspoon and Kobe Bryant with the coverage. 3rd down and 2 at the Seattle 33. Yeah, and again, the Ravens defense went to shit after Mike left, and obviously look what they did. But again, if they didn't draft, Zabel up front and Emanwari on the safety side, that's very similar to Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield Jr. And again, when you have that blueprint, it turns into success. Big hit. Wow. But he hangs on to it. Drake May to Stephon Diggs for his first catch of the game, I believe. Wow. Kobe Bryant laying the wood. And timeout, Seattle. And now Patriots are trying to be able to get, at least 14. And timeout by the Hawks. But one thing is for sure, both of these teams have the right head coach in place. And also, with Mike, Mike Mack not getting coach of the year and them giving it to Vrabel, you don't think that fucking irked him a little bit? They gave Vrabel coach of the year, and Vrabel had a great year, but I was a little kind of shocked by that, and again, it shows you Vrabel did a great job, but he ain't no Mike Mack. But again, it all started with the draft, and having key pieces, up front with, Byron Murphy and DeMarcus Lawrence and Emanwari on the back end. And really the only weak link for Seattle might be Reek Woolen, and that's it. So May, short left, Mac Hollins, incomplete. Trying to go for that back shoulder fade. 2nd and goal at the Seattle 7. Yeah, Vrabel got coach of the year, and I thought Mike Mack was more deserving. If you lose 3 times and you only lose by a combined 9 and you don't get coach of the year, like what the fuck are we doing? But again, it doesn't matter. We all know who the best coach is. And again, having the right coordinators by your side sure as hell makes a big difference as well. Vrabel had Josh McDaniels, but Josh McDaniels did not show up today. 2nd and goal, shotgun set. May. A little flip. And there we go. Ramondre Stevenson, touchdown, Patriots. Garbage time touchdown there by New England. And now they're going to end up getting to 14. So that's a hell of a lot better than being at 0 for a majority of this game. A very ho-hum, lackluster pass, there by Drake May. And luckily, Ramondre Stevenson has hands of steel and it was able to hang on to that football and not have it hit the ground. They're going for the 2-point conversion. Shotgun set. Back of the end zone. And incomplete. Hunter Henry might be concussed. Same thing with the Seattle player there. Hopefully they're okay. Henry is down on a knee, so is Job. Or who is that right there? And Kobe Bryant is down as well. Hopefully they're both okay. New England got greedy there, trying to get 2 to go to 15. To make it look like they didn't get smashed as much as they did. They should have just took the extra point. If you're going to lose the game anyways, there's no reason to try to go for 2 there. Well, for the first 3 quarters, this looked like it could be one of the worst Super Bowls ever. Besides that New England Rams Super Bowl from a few years ago that only had the 1 touchdown by Sony Michel late and that late pass by Gronk that got them into position. But again, 4th quarter, guys got tired, guys got burnt. And again, you ended up getting a lot of electric magic here in the 4th quarter, thank God. And again, we got some great points scored in the 4th quarter. Jerry in the building. What's good? Timeout Seattle with the onside kick. And here's your DeMarcus Lawrence. Good for him, left the Cowboys knowing that you're never going to win anything there under Jerry Jones. And again, sometimes you got to be able to leave a team like Dallas and, find a way to go to a team that can make your dreams come true, right? We saw the same thing with DeMarcus Ware, going to the Broncos, right? So sometimes, you can be a great player for Dallas, but you got to get the hell out of there before your career is over. And if you end up going to a team that's got, a piece like Von Miller next to you, for DeMarcus Ware, that was the difference. And obviously we know, here, DeMarcus Lawrence has a lot of, key pieces around him as well. Byron Murphy II and many, many others. Logan, I appreciate that. I feel like, there's not really anything that is out of my range. Onside kick and covered there by Seattle. Alani with the recovery, but I feel with the NFL, college football, and baseball, I feel like I can do as good as anybody out there on planet Earth. I've been doing this for quite some time. This is my, 14th year of streaming, 10 on YouTube. I plan on doing this for the rest of my life. And again, I do a lot of reading and a lot of film study. Takes a lot of effort and time and energy to be able to do it. But I got some of the best fans on planet Earth, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you for the compliment. Baseball might be probably my favorite, but I love NFL and college football as well. Darnold hands off to Kenneth Walker III, and staying in bounds. Smart play there by Kenneth Walker III. I'm not surprised. Yeah, congratulations to all of the Hawks fans. Again, to lose 3 games by a combined 9 points is unreal. And again, defense wins games, defense wins championships, and it's great when you have a great offense. But when you have a great defense, it really makes the victory that much sweeter. And I would know, the Bucs have been to 2 Super Bowls. I've won both times, once with Brady, once with Brad Johnson. Both defenses were elite, and Seattle obviously winning in the 50th anniversary. That came in the same year as Tampa Bay, 1976. Beautiful. Darnold, and just goes down. Loss of 6. And they're just trying to bleed the clock out here. And it's nice to be able to see journeymen, win. And again, Sam Darnold at USC. This is going to be the first USC quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl, right? Went to the Jets, saw ghosts, and, had to kind of work his way around on a few different teams. And again, the Minnesota Vikings and the San Francisco 49ers probably should have hung on to him, And again, for one team's trash is going to be another team's treasure. And if you have the right, corresponding pieces around a quarterback with the right head coach, the right coordinators, sometimes it all comes together. And it did come together for the Seattle Seahawks this year. This would have been really sweet if the Mariners were able to make the World Series and win it all. And then it would have been just Seattle with baseball and the NFL. But the Seahawks obviously won here. Hopefully it'll carry over and we can get a Mariner World Series next year. Handoff up the middle. Uh-oh! He's gone! The 30, the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Hawks! But there's a flag on the play. Oh, my. Exclamation point. That's got to be a hold on the offensive line. And it is. I was going to say, holy shit. Like that? Sundell, the guilty party, center for the Hawks. I was going to say, if there was ever an exclamation point, Kenneth Walker III scoring there would have been it. Oh, my. And I don't even think Sundell needed to hold him. Walker would have probably been able to get past him, honestly. I like it. It's better than AR, and it's better than any of the old guys that you've been able to pick up for like a 1-year deal, like the Phillip Rivers situation. So as long as he's able to stay healthy, that's the best quarterback that you guys have had since Andrew Luck and then Peyton Manning. And now we're at the 2-minute warning. 4th down and 22. And again, you don't have to be the most popular, quarterback in the NFL to be a champion, and again, he definitely proved a lot of the haters wrong. But remember, he went 14-3 on the Vikings. They got demolished in the playoffs, but again, he has shown, in the last couple years, he's taken his game to the next level. Now, yes, he's been able to be on two really good teams, Minnesota and Seattle, in the last 2 years. But again, Sam took his game to another level. And obviously, with Kubiak leaving, the offense isn't going to look the same. And they may not be able to repeat, depending on who they get. But again, Seattle fans are going to be okay. They're going to be able to sink this Super Bowl in, and then we'll figure out who their OC will be, obviously, next year, since Kubiak is going to be gone, and he'll be the head coach of the Raiders. But again, this one is definitely sweet, to be able to get payback on the Malcolm Butler team and the New England Patriots. And this is one of the most complete teams, offense, defense, special teams, that I've seen in quite some time. Congratulations, Seattle fans. Unbelievable. And remember, just a couple years ago, the Seattle offensive line was fucking terrible. It was like bottom 3 in the league. And then they got it all the way up to about middle of the pack. And that was enough to be able to make a difference, right? And then Zabel in the draft, Emanwari in the draft, just like Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield Jr. That's the formula. Add O-line, add a safety, and then obviously, getting good production, out of role players. I mean, hell, you could have put Jake Bobo in this game and he could have scored. You could have put Horton in the game if he wasn't injured. He would have scored. So think about all those other pieces that this team has. And really the biggest concern for Seattle will be who's going to be the OC next year? Who's going to be calling the plays? And a lot of guys have already gotten hired. Some guys have gotten fired and others have gotten hired. So that'll be the biggest question mark that they have. But at this point, you're Super Bowl champions, and that's what it's about, right? Bring in a Super Bowl to the Pacific Northwest. So everyone that lives in Oregon and Washington, or any fan that's across the globe, this was definitely a very special moment in time. 1:57 left in the fourth quarter, 29-13 Seahawks. And again, I hope this carries over to the Mariners and we can play the Dodgers in the World Series next year and we can get a World Series victory for the very first time. You're never going to win a Super Bowl if your quarterback is Brock Purdy, my guy. Again, you've had Colin Kaepernick, you've had Brock Purdy, and again, you're never going to win a Super Bowl unless you get a Joe Montana, Steve Young type, and that is facts. You can go to the Super Bowl, but you can't win it. And again, Shanahan needs to be better at calling plays in the fourth quarter and hasn't figured that out. Dixon with the punt, Australians' finest. And again, I don't think I've seen a punter play as good as Dixon in my life. Again, the combination of Dixon and Myers has been one of the best 1-2 combos I have seen ever. Incredible. And I love Lynch and I love Shanahan and everything that they do over there, but again, if you can't figure out how to coach in the fourth quarter, you're never going to win. Little check down, May to Diggs. 6-yard gain, 2nd down and 4. No huddle, shotgun set. May going to Austin Hooper, 5-yard pass. 1st down, Patriots, move the chains. And again, if you're looking at New England, their biggest concern is offensive line. There's no doubt about that. And they need a true number one receiver, someone that's better than Diggs. And they obviously could use a few more defensive pieces as well. May going towards the sideline there and caught by Mac Hollins, 11-yard pass. 1st down, Patriots. Yeah. And again, to think about how many issues they had on the Hawks O-line and defense over the last few years, and then to be able to, get Kubiak, to be able to get Emanwari, to be able to get Zabel, to be able to get Cooper Kupp, and, all these key pieces. Horton was fantastic for them at the beginning of the year before he got hurt. Everything came together. DeMarcus Lawrence joining the team. Sometimes, you just got to have the right pieces at the right time, and then everything just kind of comes together. But again, for a team that had issues on the O-line and the defense, they really firmed it up really quickly, and it's not normal for to do that quickly. Sometimes it takes a couple years, but also we've seen teams do it immediately, like the Indiana Hoosiers, with Fernando Mendoza and Cignetti, and obviously with the Hawks on what they were able to do this year. May, after that defensive offsides, incomplete. Yeah, and again, to be a bottom 3 O-line and to be like 15th, 16th, to some people, that may not mean a lot, but it definitely is a huge difference when you're bottom 3, which is kind of like the New England pass, protection, bottom 3, right? And again, if you can't run block or pass protect, you're fucked. And again, Seattle had a hard time, being able to, have good offensive line production over the years, and they finally got the right pieces, and they put it together. And again, O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. That's what wins you a fucking Super Bowl. Not just quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. Everyone's enamored and in love with skill position players, but it's really the battle in the trenches, and Seattle definitely won that today. Shotgun set. Short middle to Demario Douglas. And a no-huddle shotgun set going deep to Kayshon Boutte, and complete. 3rd down and 1 at the New England 47. Yeah, and again, you don't need to have a top 5, offensive line, but if it can be in, the top 16, and then you improve your D, look what we saw. Seahawks 29, Patriots 13. They have 3 losses. Right? They look like the best team in the regular season, best team in the playoffs, and the best team in the Super Bowl. There is a reason why Seattle was favored. Everything just came together. 3rd youngest head coach to win a Super Bowl with McVay and Tomlin. And then after that, Gruden and a few others. Drake May going to Travion Henderson. Little screen game there. Nice 24-yard pass. And that is it. Final score, Hawks 29, Patriots 13. Congratulations, Seattle. And again, I hope this carries over to the Mariner fan base. Amazing. One of the most enjoyable turnarounds, even though I live in the Pacific Northwest, I live in Oregon. Now, if I lived in Washington, probably would have been a Seahawk fan. That's, no doubt about that. But, to be able to watch this team from afar, as a Buccaneer fan, and I'm a defensive-oriented fan, and to see the improvements that they made on that O-line and that defense, I'm in awe, and it's just kind of a shame that Kubiak is leaving. Because if Kubiak were to stay, this team could go back-to-back. Not to say that they can't, but, we have to be real with ourselves. Losing Kubiak to the Raiders is a big deal. It's going to be hard to replace that. Not impossible, but again, you can be happy with the victory here today. 29-13, Seahawks, Super Bowl champions. Unbelievable. If the Seahawks can win a fucking Super Bowl, the Mariners can win a fucking World Series. Believe you me. And obviously everyone's legacy is so much different now. Darnold's legacy is different. JSN's legacy is different. Kenneth Walker III is looked at a little bit differently. Jason Myers, fantastic. So are they going to give Kenneth Walker III the MVP because he's the running back? Are they going to are they going to give Jason Myers the MVP? He deserves it the most. I'm really interested to see who they give the MVP to here. The most deserving is Jason Myers, but, it's not really a sexy thing to do, right? Sam was 14-3, but they got obliterated in the playoffs, went 14-3 again. But the 3 losses for the Vikings weren't like the 3 losses for Seattle this year. And again, at least Tampa was one of those 3 teams to beat Seattle this year. The Rams, the Niners within the division, and I'm the only team outside of the NFC West that beat Seattle this year. So, that's pretty cool. Second Super Bowl championship, and that definitely makes up for the Malcolm Butler situation by not handing it off to Marshawn Lynch. You didn't have to worry about that here today. But everyone is going to be looked at a little bit differently, moving forward. So, and again, it might have been a boring Super Bowl for a lot of people in the first 3 quarters, but that fourth quarter really lived up to the billing, didn't it? It really brought some excitement out, and that's what we deserved as football fans, right? We saw Indiana and Miami go at it in the Natty. Fantastic. Miami played better than expected, way better than Oregon, and Seattle just manhandled New England. And again, this is not going to be the last time that we see New England in the Super Bowl, but they definitely need to make some improvements on their team. And the best team, late in the regular season, the best team in the playoffs, definitely won the Super Bowl here today, the Seattle Seahawks. Appreciate you. Sam Darnold, Super Bowl champion, the first USC quarterback to be a Super Bowl champion. Good for him. JSN, best wide receiver after DK and Lockett left. Good for you. Kenneth Walker III, establishing yourself as one of the best running backs in the game and one of the best running back performances in a Super Bowl ever. Congratulations. And again, really the only weak link on Seattle is Reek Woolen, got burned for a touchdown, but it wasn't enough for them to lose. So. And Seattle winning it in their 50th anniversary, coming into the league the same year as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 1976. Awesome. Appreciate you. So who are they going to give the MVP to? Darnold? Walker? Right? It just kind of feels like they're not going to give it to Jason Myers, even though he is the most deserving. Like, it would be really sweet if they actually give the award to the guy that's the most deserving. Too bad Horton got injured, so early in the year. He could have ended up being a major factor late in the season for them too. Not that they needed him, but again, it was a fantastic player, before he got hurt. Hell, even Jake Bobo was good enough to get in the end zone. Yeah, but the thing is Sam Darnold, it would have worked out with Minnesota, based on, how they play, it's not like they would have won a Super Bowl in Minnesota if Darnold would have stayed. They had a good team there, but Minnesota is not going to be at top of the division year in and year out. We know how competitive it is in the NFC West with the Niners and the Rams, because we know the Cardinals are little brother, but Minnesota, obviously, dealing with Green Bay and Detroit and Chicago, it would have helped them win more games, but sometimes destiny, it's written. And it ended up working out. Well, Cardi B will have to console Stephon Diggs. And again, when you end up being a young quarterback like Drake May, lessons learned. And again, hopefully we'll see the Patriots in the Super Bowl again. So. Well, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. It's been a long 4 hours. I got to take Paisley on a walk and, be able to eat a little bit of dinner. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. I'll be live doing NBA tomorrow, possibly the Thunder and the Lakers at 7 o'clock on Peacock, as long as Luka and LeBron are playing. And again, we'll continue to keep grinding out NBA, NASCAR, World Baseball Classic. And then finally, when we get into late March, we'll be doing Mariners every day. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. Shout out to Reflect, Megan, Sarah, and Reflect. Love you guys for the support. And Congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks. Final score, Seattle 29, Patriots 13, Super Bowl 60, champions, Seattle Seahawks. And I got one question for you. Well, you know, talk sports like us. Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Congratulations, Seahawks.